right? If there's an overreach on the executive branch, then you put a judge out there to say, wait a minute, let's look at this a little closely. And if it's not at the right level, you elevate it. That's how the government is supposed to work. But there's some overreach, definitely, with some obscure federal judge in Podunk, Alabama, trying to stop the whole national agenda. I have an issue with that, and so does the Supreme Court. I'm starting to hear rumblings from the justices saying they're overreaching, and that's why Trump is winning a lot of these appeals.
Well, no. So the problem is a lot of this. See, y'all got to understand game. I ain't gonna tell you what I do, but I know game. A lot of these judges see Seattle. So the state I'm in Washington State. I live in Washington State. A Seattle judge got involved is because they want to hide their hand. You got to understand, I can't stop Trump. I just need you to delay it so I can clean up my books a little bit. But a lot of people don't understand that a lot of this stuff is that's like, hey, man, I'm going to get in trouble after we start filling out who, because you got to understand, first we find out where the money is, then we go start seeing who got the money. Right. And then I think what we're going to see is it was a lot of corrupt judges. It was a lot of, how do you make $200,000 a year in a year, and then all of a sudden you work $20 to $30 million as a politician? So you got to start these questions. You got listen. I'm the best. I know how to invest, and I'm turning $1 million to $30 million. It's real stretch. 5 years, you know? So those are the questions that people are starting to ask: is who got these kickbacks?
Yeah,
and you got to understand when you start turning it over, what happened? If I go outside right now and I turn the brick over, you know what's going to happen, Arpain? The roaches are going to run. They going to scramble. We see a lot of scrambling roaches right now. That's what's going on.
Yes, sir. Hey, we got the two brothers up in here. We got my man Prototype in the building.
What's up, gentlemen? What's up?
What's up, fellas? Kicking with my uncles tonight.
That's right.
Keep me out of trouble.
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
What's going on,
man? How y'all doing, man?
You know, I started doing myself is like on my channel. I'm starting to do this reaction videos. I call it political reactions to like the press conferences and stuff. And I kind of ferret out what's going on. Some of these press conferences, I do it during the middle of the day, like before. So, you know, I got the leeway to do that because I don't have to work. But anyway, but it's interesting stuff, the way people are, you know, what's coming out. And then, you know, some of the times when if Doge missteps, then they try to make political hay out of that. And, you know, they're not going to be perfect. Like I fired too many nuclear physicists. Okay, I hired them back. Maybe I cut too deep here. Maybe I didn't cut deep enough there. So I just like the fact in the first 30 days, in my whole adult life, I have never seen a president move this fast in the first 30 days ever. I give Obama some because he had to save the economic world. He had to make a lot of quick decisions once he got in office. So I give him that. But it turns out that his main thrust was to push the alphabet mafia. In the end, after 8 years.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no. But you gotta understand, Trump admitted something, and I give Trump credit. He said, "Hey, I really didn't seize my first presidency the way I should have." He said there was a lot of things that I learned that I did not have people in place to be able to make these things happen. And so one thing we've seen is him learning in real time. Hey, I only got 4 years. I can't wait halfway through this term to accomplish things. That's why all the things that we see Trump is doing, he had these people in place. Like we had already knew Elon Musk was doing this before he became the president. He understands that he's on a limited time, and I'm gonna do as much as I can in this next 4 years. So,
but that's not common for presidents to have full autonomy like this. They have everybody on board like this. This is a very rare occasion that the president's got the House, Senate like all lined up. Like, you know what I'm saying? That don't happen normally.
Yeah, was it because is he the first president that ever had a 4-year break before he came and did his second term? It was someone else that did it too?
Yeah. Way back in the day. Matter of fact, it's a good thing he didn't get reelected in 2020. We would have still had the old Trump.
Yeah.
4 years difference makes all the difference for him. You can tell an old man who learned new tricks. It's really working for him. Whether you like to do it or not, he's a lot more ordered right now. He still says some shit, but you could see the growth in his administration. You could actually see it.
Yeah, he's not all into the Twitter and social media like he was back then. Because for one, he has his own social media, so it's a lot different now. So you ain't gonna really know too much about what he's actually saying until you go on his. Is anybody over here on there?
What's the social media?
Oh, you told me. Yeah, I got it.
No, he has his
True Social. It's called True Social.
True Social. Yeah, he has his own. So
wait, what? Trump has his own social media. It's called what?
True Social.
True Social.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's been out for a long time, though.
For a minute, it was out soon as he
got banned off of Twitter. When he got banned off of Twitter, he opened it up privately. They actually went public. It's public, as a matter of fact. Publicly traded company.
So I think one thing you gotta learn first. So Trump ego spoke the first 4 years, right? He said, "I'm the smartest man in the world." That's what he did. I'm just honest. And now he said, "I'm going to get the smartest man." Like him giving Elon Musk full autonomy over the audit, because he's saying that I believe that he's more capable of doing this than me, right? And not just that. Even when we start looking at the people that's over wellness and health, and like if you see these people, he said, "Let me get subject matter expert, and let me actually be a president to just make sure I watch over this." Because he said, "I'm watching over Elon Musk. I'm making sure he's not overstepping. I'm making sure that he's not doing the benefit of his own company." So that's the thing that people gotta understand is he tried to do everything himself, and I think that he was successful. But now he said, "I'm gonna be really successful this time." So.
What's up, fellas, man? Listen, the X factor with Trump is this. One, he's a businessman by nature from the start. He wasn't a politician. He's always, if you go back and look at some of Trump, he got some controversial, I guess when it comes to race issues, but not really that bad. He did business with some young brothers back in the day. You know what I'm saying? But he got in office, right? He's not a politician, so everybody's nervous. And when he got in, he started seeing how they was operating and keeping that money hidden from the people. Because one thing about Trump, he's pro-America. One thing about black people, we pro-America. I say it's a great time for young men to try to get into these spaces because he's finding money that we wouldn't have never known. And whether or not, you know what I'm saying, he's YouTubing it. He's bringing it to the light. And now let the people decide. See, the people decided the way they want the future to go. Contrary to our sort of slow ass culture, I'm being facetious when I say certain words, but we voted for our boys to become girls and our girls to become boys, which is scary. Which is scary for me. The 80% of us that voted for Kamala Harris. So
we didn't vote for that.
Well, that was her platform.
We voted for her don't mean we voted for
no, okay, but anything. I hope we get a brother. I hope a young brother.
That's true. If a vote for her is a vote for the continued progression of that bullshit.
That is not the same thing.
Okay, no, I'm gonna move past that.
Come on, man. Be real. Can we be sensible? Can we be true?
That's sensible and true, right?
Tonight's about the truth, right? So
it's about the truth.
It's about the truth. So don't pump that kind of narrative because that's not.
Wait a minute. That's part of what she ran on. That's part of what the acceptance is.
That's part of what she ran on. That's not what people voted for, especially black people.
Okay, right.
So people voted anti-racism.
Listen, okay. So white people, black people voted anti-racism. Cool. Now, so with the anti-racism as black people that we voted for, this is the opportunity to get into those spaces. See where the money is. All the scammers is going to get exposed. People have to make a hard-earned living. And I say right now, again, regardless of people like Trump or not, people who have been having their hand out, it ain't going to happen no more in the next 20 years. You got to work for it. It's a great time for black people to sort of get their stake in America. We're not going nowhere. We here. We here. And I'll say this. And this is what's surprising to me. The strongest of us male and female, arguing about stuff to not build. We arguing about social life, just from the house issues, when really we can come together in a common space and get a piece of something that, regardless of how dynamic and messed up we've been, we still been here. We still been helping America thrive. We made a lot of people rich. We made a lot of people rich. And right now, I like the fact that he's back in, because he's going through all these backlogs of financial disparity, because we lost the housing market in the last 20 years. It's been a lot of backwards sort of progression, because everybody claimed they modern. So if you modern, you just be modern. Save your money, invest. You know, some stuff, you know, you can watch it, but you can't participate in it. And those that do, America's going to say, okay, all you fools, whether you black, white, indifferent, you ain't going to be able to be out here terrorizing people trying to live their life, raise their kids. So you got to choose a side.
Okay, so maybe you guys can tell me this. What's the difference, if there's any difference, in being a very successful businessman and being an executive politician? What's the difference in the two? Because I hear a lot of people, they make the argument that, well, he's not a politician, he runs a business, and it's not the same. What's the difference with the two?
Well, the biggest difference is that you have to have the art of manipulation typically to be a politician. With being a businessman, you typically just have to be able to solve problems. Most business people, we only get paid because we solve the problem that was there to make things more convenient for other people. So I know a lot of businessmen, and they don't have the gift of gab. They don't have the ability to do what politicians do. So I think it's all about your speech and how you talk. Now, can you be both? Absolutely. But it's definitely a difference. And I do think he's a politician, without a doubt.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And also a businessman can provide a service in exchange for goods or monetary benefit. See, a good businessman, his services that he provides is top notch. If you can get top notch in your service that you provide, whether you the cleanup man or you the man that can build a computer, if you can have your business plan set and going forward, and you stay focused on that for 4 to 5 years, all your money will change.
Yeah, I would add this, right? If you look at it, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, man.
Listen, one of the things, if you look at a difference between a politician and a businessman, and you tie that to DEI, for example, politician is looking at, mandates. Businessman will look at organic DEI. What's best for my business? A diverse workforce, because my product is for everybody. So I don't need to have quotas. I don't need to have mandates. I'm going to make sure I have the right people to reach the kind of audience I want, the kind of clientele I want. And there's organic diversity. Forget about the other two out there, because if it makes great business sense and you could tie it to your bottom line, then that shit works. But once you start mandating shit, right, that's when things start to get kind of hairy, right? Especially when you get a panel of people who are for a job and they're all qualified. And then when the most qualified is not the real goal. It's just to get a whole list of qualified people. And I'm being ungenerous when I say that, right? Because in a panel of qualified people, there is a thing that's most qualified, right? And if that most qualified gets disqualified because you have to have a seat for a rainbow, or a seat for a woman, or a seat for a black, then you start getting into these hairy issues. I know for a fact that the CEO of the NASDAQ has that with her board of directors. They have 2 seats reserved. 1 seat reserved for a woman and 1 seat reserved for a woman, minority, a woman, a black man, a black person, or a rainbow coalition, right? So when you do those kind of things, I think that's where we get into trouble. That's what I think so.
Yeah, my man lost in translation. He says, look at China's infrastructure compared to ours. We had a head start. China is living in 2050, and we're living in 1998. I kind of agree with that right there, Lost, for real. We have to start. We gotta get better when it comes, and that's in all infrastructures, man. Especially when it comes down to our education. It sucks. Our education for our kids, it really does suck right now.
I think that has a lot to do with culture too, though. I think America's so split up and diverse in culture that, you know, China can stay on one track mind and get things done a lot faster. You know what I'm saying? So the diversity in cultures in America and with the racisms and everything else we got going on plays a huge part in why we progress and don't progress in certain areas.
I agree with that.
Yeah. Mrs. Locks is in the building. Thank you for coming up.
Don't agree with that? You don't agree with we would have universal health care if some people didn't think I don't want to share that kind of benefit with black folks?
Period. Right. Period.
No. The reason
that's true.
Well, let me tell you why I disagree with what he said, right? I disagree with him because China's a dictatorship. When you got one person driving the ship and you don't got to vote, I can advance a lot quicker. When I have to be able to wait 3 to 4 years before I can move policy forward, it's going to take me a lot longer to move forward. So this idea that China's a lot farther is because they have one person making the decision instead of a board of people voting. So
you disagree with me? You disagree with me?
No. So what I'm saying is the reason that it is this way is not because China's better. I would never want to live under China's system where the American people would not have a say-so on the advancement of the country. I actually think we figured it out.
But I didn't say they were better. I just said they're able to move differently because it's less diversity in their culture than we have here.
But that's a bad thing. That's what I'm telling you. That's a bad thing. The reason
I'm not saying it was good or bad. Law said it was a good, like China's living in the future and we're not. I'm saying a lot of people move is because they have less.
What both of y'all saying is correct though.
That's what I'm saying. The same thing.
Yeah, I'm saying, but I'm responding to the whole thing, not just what you're saying. And I'm just telling you, if we had just a dictatorship where one person can make a decision, we'll still be slaves. It's still people. They still have a slave class in China. So I kind of get that we saying that it's good, but they got people. We know about the warehouses. Let's not act like we don't know why they're able to get ahead. We don't know no billionaires outside the government. People who kind of in the government in China. So I kind of like the free enterprise that we have here in America that we can go out and compete. You really can't just go out and say what you want to do and compete in China. You don't have that option as a citizen.
Yeah, I agree with that totally, Eden, man. But here's the problem that I've seen some coming up from having to work with my hands and do things on my own. I don't think, especially in this modern time, because everybody say the future, the part of that, and I'm just speaking on education, the part of the education that fails young Americans in high school. It's not a sit at your desk, listen to the teacher write these old dumb notes that don't mean nothing. It's more interactive. But again, we got a chance for the next 4 years to find something that we can agree on. Is I don't care if you damn generation today, generation 50 years ago, everybody alive, especially the man, if we're supposed to be men to make a transition, we're going to have to just stand and ask for something when it regards to some policies to be changed, something that we can get our trades, get our skills set up, man, and opportunity to own homes and all these old dumb prison sentences, man. But it's going to take brothers who are really demanding for themselves to go ahead and do it.
That's what I'm saying, Coach Bird. I really don't want everybody to succeed. I know y'all can say this selfish, right? I know y'all can say that this selfish is, but the reason I can make so much money and do so much things in this country.
Well, before y'all go on, let's read the super chat, then I'll go back.
Yeah, no, let him finish that. Let him finish what that last part he was saying, then we good.
All right. Yeah. So the point is, you got a choice here in America. Either you can succeed or you can't. Like, we can't force everybody to get on page to succeed because everybody's just not built that way.
I'm not talking about that, but everybody needs to have a sort of a, and I'm talking, I'm talking about learning how to think individually, do constructive things, participate in positive things. That can be taught at an early enough age. But here's the X factor. I'm just bringing this back into it. Until we can vow to get some policy change with father and son mandatory relationships, if the sisters don't help, I'm telling you, that's the number one thing that I see a lot of people struggle with from 21 to 41. They didn't have a relationship with pops. And if that could change right there, man, we'll take over. And either man, think about it. We all got children. We want our children to be successful, and we want other people to help them be successful, just like it is. Because everybody can eat in America. Everybody. And the ones that choose not to, they'll have to play cat and mouse because people push them aside.
So you got my man Kasim. Thank you, Kasim, for the $10, bro. Appreciate it. He says, I remember what a former mayor told me about politics. He said, there's no permanent enemies and there's permanent friends. There's no permanent friends, only permanent interests. I never forgot that. That's what's up, bro. I really appreciate you, brother. What we gonna do, man? Let's get him white chocolate. Most definitely. Let's go.
I got a red room. It's the red now when the sun sets in my bedroom. Oh, it feels like I'm inside a flower. It feels like I'm inside my eyelid. It feels like I'm inside a flower.
Hey, you guys can be just like Kasim, man. We do accept super chats over here. And we really appreciate those over there. So be like Kasim if you guys can. Please donate to the channel if you like the content and support BMU's channel, man. Most definitely. So let's finish up, y'all. What's going on?
Yeah, so just to respond to this, I think we do a really bad habit of this. we go to other cultures and we pick out the good, and we don't want to talk about the bad. And I get it. Yes, let's go. We hear this about America. Trust me, I done heard foreigners, especially in Africa, talk about how much money we make and all this, and they try to literally say all the good things about America, but don't want to talk about the negative. And I'm just telling you, especially with dictatorship, we will be in a way worse situation as Black people if our system was set up like China.
And even if we were in charge, we might still be in a bad situation.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Look at some African countries.
Yeah. You definitely gonna have losers. A lot of them, most definitely.
But at least we can play the game here.
Yeah,
you can't play the game in a lot of places. So, like I said, I done traveled. I traveled a lot. I'm telling you, I'm glad I'm from America. I know a lot of people don't say it, and they say it somewhere else to go. Listen, I'm telling you, if you really go see how these other people are living, their school might be different. It might be better. That's because they ain't have no options. They have no options. So when you ain't got no option, of course it's gonna be better.
And not everybody's getting education either. It's not everybody in those countries are getting education.
Yeah, you still got, like in China, you still got people, 10 years old in sweatshops who don't get to go to school. We'll talk about
and that's even here. Like we look at some places, even in our own hoods, that are treated terribly. Like you know what I'm saying? Like everything's not perfect here. Everything's not perfect over there. Like society. Every society has highlights.
But we're not looking for a perfect society, right? We're looking for one where there's opportunity for you to succeed or fail, right? So when you look at the life, liberty, there's just a reason why I say it's a pursuit of happiness, because nobody owes you a guaranteed outcome, right? So even if you try your best, you still could fail, right? So the notion of making everybody somehow successful through law, through any kind of program it has a fallacy in it, because it also depends on the individual's willingness to do what it takes to get what they
drive.
want.
Yeah.
The drive. You can't get rid of that. And that's the difference between our system and like communism, when they try to force everybody into an equal box, knowing that that's a lie, because the aristocracy is always get what they want. So I'm just saying our system has its flaws, but we have an ability to succeed. They say in America we got the most black millionaires than anywhere else in the world.
Yeah,
and that's in the backdrop of all the bullshit that we say is against us. How can that happen? How does that happen unless those people had the drive and the ideas and the willingness to pursue them to succeed over all those obstacles?
Yeah. I think that the majority of us do need to take in where we are at, right? Take the good with the bad. And I'm kind of like on the E-Man side. When you go to some of these countries, other continents and things like that, and you stay there for a minute, 2 weeks and stuff like that. I mean, 2 days, 3 days, 5 days, you there and you a tourist, it's one thing. But when you actually can get out on the economy and you actually live like the local nationals that's there, that's a whole different ball game. And it's going to make you appreciate what you have in America also. Is when people leave here, it's because of something else that they have. They found something that's going to, push them forward in the things that they want to do in life. And that's individual, families and things like that. But when you hear all these people talk about getting up and going to another country, get up and go to another country then. Let's see how that works. Most people that I know that have went and they stayed, and I know some people that have stayed in Europe. I know some people that stay in, and this is the weirdest thing, in Mexico. There are Americans that stay in Mexico, right? And have been there 80s and 90s. They haven't came back because it's something that fit them, right? But for the average American, I don't see that happening. I don't care where you go. I don't care where you go. You're gonna find out. You're gonna pretty much appreciate America a lot more.
Yep, we about to lead that protesting here.
Yeah, because that ain't gonna work over there anywhere where you go. So yeah,
you got it's crazy. You got the 7 continents, right? That's probably the most explored places where people want to have fun is on the 7 continents, right? So you look at whatever country, North America, South America, you look at Asia, Russia, all that, right? So even Africa, even parts of Africa, it's all part of the same process in America, because think about it. Africa is what? How many Negroes live on the continent?
Oh man! And when you find out their politics, you be like, really?
No, but that's what I'm saying. So even with that, we here in America, this is just as much as us as it is any other race that comes here to get whether they got an opportunity from their grandparents or not. When they come here, they get opportunity to thrive and make decisions on whether they do or don't want to be successful. I think again, this is a great time for young men, working men, and women to try to come to agreement about something to help not just the money part, the management and the building, whether it's hand skills, whether it's social skills, getting into politics, getting into law, because all of that shit, it'll show that you can police yourself and everybody eats, man. The kids is growing up to be ugly just like me and shit. You know what I'm saying? They get to live out to be 50 and 60 and 70. I don't know what to say, man. Yes, you can't go to other countries think you gonna wear your Louis Vuitton belt and your nice Jordans, you might be walking on rocks and hard dirt for 6-8 months. And if you don't have a skill set that you can build something, it ain't gonna work. Ain't nobody buying no what we selling over here is Blackfield. Ain't nobody buying no oils over there. They making it over. Ain't nobody buying nothing. They all making it. And that's the trick bag that young brothers can't put themselves in.
But to Prototype's point, there's some places over here, man, it looks like third world countries. Like it's spots that's over here where you be like, what the?
I mean, but that's probably.
Hold on, where JT? Tell me the city that looked like Iraq in America.
You have for one, Iraq.
Have you ever been around West Virginia?
Yeah, I was.
Oh man, hold on, man.
Let's talk about some other country because Iraq actually is building up. Where if you go over here, I'm in Michigan, right? Detroit. Anybody that's from Detroit understands what Woodrow Wilson is. Anybody that knows what the number streets are, that shit looks like goddamn. It's worse than all these other countries that you're talking about.
It's deserted, right? It's deserted.
Yeah, it's like the houses are people are living in abandoned houses that's getting ready to tear down. Then you have another, and it's on the west side of Detroit. They call it Beirut. They've been calling it that since the 90s. It looks like 1970s Detroit when they had the riots, right? The 68, when they had the 68 riots. There are buildings that have been like the old buildings that supposed to have been torn down. You know what was happening 10 years ago? And they had to start revamping Detroit because people were walking down the street and the buildings was falling on them. That's how bad it was. You got it right now where I'm talking about, dog, I swear to God, you come over this way and you go to some of these, even on the east side of Detroit, that's even worse. The neighborhood is not even a neighborhood anymore. You have a neighborhood where it used to be hundreds of houses and there are 3 and 4 houses and you still have people living in those homes.
No, but JT, JT, because JT tried to pull a fast one on me. Listen, those people literally can walk across the street and be in America. Like, in the middle, if I'm in a third world country, it's nowhere I can go for me to get to the American lifestyle. I know people in Detroit who stay on one side of the street is bad, and if they walk right across the street, down the hall, to the left, they in America. So
but that's in third world countries too. That's in third world. You ever been to Costa Rica? Down the hill.
I was just about to say.
You know what I'm saying? Up the hill, straight mansions. That's the third world countries too. Like that's
hold on.
Everywhere
they
else.
Live in those mansions.
Neither can the people across the street that you talking about.
Well, those people, listen, man. But man, listen, man. America's about
LA, Compton. It was separated by one street.
Yeah.
It's one street.
It's the same thing in Detroit.
Hold on.
Baseline. That's what they call
but didn't those people get to go home and sleep on a mattress and watch the football game on Sunday?
No.
Come on, man. I mean, listen, and this is what they've done in the last 4 years. They've regentrified almost every major city in America.
And everybody's about the other spots. This is the problem, though, Coach.
The problem is black people can't afford them, man. We need a stake in something.
It's more than just that. We talking about generations of people that can't get out of, even when it comes down to mentally. You have people, bro, that have never been out of the city limits, and that's all across the United States.
I know, but it's time to snap out of it.
Because JT decided one day to walk. Did you walk into that office that was hired and told you that they could change your reality? Like,
no, I agree with that. Yeah.
No, like, so we got to stop saying that they ain't got no choice.
No, I'm not saying
in America, we can't say that.
No, I'm not speaking on the space of they can't, right? That's not what I'm speaking. I'm just saying it is. It is, and I'm looking at it like, and it's weird. Like you have people. This is the craziest part. See, so I know a lot of people that are social workers and they work, in these cities, right? And again, Detroit, right? You got people that still have TVs with tubes. They still watching it, right? You got people that are they don't have beds. Why? I mean, you can get a bed, man, for like $25. A bed, you can get one. I know
So what's the point, JT? What's the point of talking about those? I mean, where we going with that point? Let me ask you it that way.
So this is the thing: the mindset that we have right now, where it's about to be even worse for these folks. It's kind of like they're drowning in 2 feet of water, right? This is why when you guys see, everybody was talking about the young lady that had the 2 kids that died in the car and all these different things, right? It goes to your point, Eda, man. She had opportunities. She just chose not to take them. However, she's a mother and she transferred that over to her children, that they transfer it when they get older to their children. And so now you got a whole city of people that are just lost in their mind.
Well, let them jump in there, JT. Go ahead.
I'll let him finish. JT, I can't believe that you go compare somebody drowning in 2 feet of water versus somebody drowning in the ocean. We go to these third world countries, they drown, they're not in 2 feet of water. We can't compare the two. I promise you. It's easy to say, you know what, the mindset might be continuous. One got to stand up. One got to swim 30 miles to get.
I was gonna say the same thing. That was a good one. When you said 2 feet of water, I said, why don't you just stand up? You know what I'm saying? Just stand up, goddammit. But it's funny, man. That was a good one.
Yeah.
Because that's what you're saying. That's what we're saying. In America, right? Our poorest people are fat.
Yeah.
Right? Because the one thing that no matter what, you can find somewhere to eat. And in some places, that's even some of the poorest people, when they go to the faucet, water comes on. Water, if they got the utility still on, the water comes out. They can't pay their rent, but they got water coming out of the faucets. Now, I'm not talking about Flint or Jackson, Mississippi, where they have that issue. But what I'm saying is, if you're still alive in America, there's a possibility that you could change the way you live. That's why we celebrate success stories when people bring it out of the mud. We make television programs out of that shit because it's possible, right? That's why we do that, right? The Clarissa Shields and the shit like that, where she came from, where she came from.
We just not busy watching Telemundo. They make television shows out of it too. We just don't be watching Telemundo to know what they're doing.
Telemundo.
The difference between the two, and here I can go down to the DHS office. I can go get food stamps, right? Here in Washington, I can't speak for the rest of the world. Here in Washington, if you homeless, you get food stamps. That's the only requirement, just to be homeless. So that means that everybody gonna eat every single month. I drive a food bank truck every weekend. We pull up outside of the hood that they have to literally walk out their front door to get food from our food truck. So I get that we want to think that, hey, it's the same opportunity, but we're really comparing apples to oranges when we try to say America is like third world countries because they don't have a government supporting them in a third world country like we do.
I'm just saying, no. I'm saying they're living as if that's my whole point.
They got a cartel supporting them, like in the third world countries, like.
Yeah.
Come on, produce.
No, but that's what I'm saying. That's what I was saying was that they're living.
Like Haiti got a girl. Like people got their own little joints too. Like just
hold on. This is what he's saying. Cartel is driving up to the food truck and feeding the homeless. That's what's going on. All right.
Why you think the folks were protected? Because they feeding them. They protected them. Like, bro, come on, man. Like, be serious.
So you tell me,
come on, man. That's drug dealing 101. Got a whole hood, George.
Where you see at that, man? Come on, man. Where you see at that, man? You watch too many movies, man. What type was you in the military?
We saw the drug dealer show up on Christmas. We didn't see him show up every like this is what I'm telling y'all guys. Like I know people think my best friend is serving life in prison right now. I didn't grow up with a silver spoon. As much as people might think of it, I grew up when my mama had to open up the stove to heat the house. We warmed up the water to take a bath. I came from humble believing. So you can't sit here and tell me that in America, somebody in a foreign country in the middle of Zimbabwe got the same opportunity as me, that they wouldn't be bringing their ass over here. Because I don't see a whole bunch of Americans going over there to make a better life. Let's stop it.
I wouldn't say that they got the same opportunity. That wasn't my point. Was that they were in their mindset is piss poor.
No, JT.
That's why I said that was my point of saying 2 feet of water. Right. All you got to do is just stand the hell up. Right. But my whole thing is that they're living as if they're in a third world country.
But then that's a more mental thing.
Yeah, it's mental. It's mental.
Yeah, and so you have a whole neighborhood of these folks. That was my point. So this is the thing.
It's a different mentality, though. We Americans, the lower class American, are lazy. When you go to these third world countries, they go work 12 hours for pennies on the dollar. So we trying to compare, like, say, these two got the same math. No, he worked 12 hours. He just didn't get paid for it. Your ass sat on the couch. It's
smoke weed, drink up all your favorite liquor, JT, and play music all loud. Taught your little son and daughter how to twerk and dance, since one of the big brothers or uncles or one of them perverts in the families over messing with the kids and shit. Come on, man. We got to give that lifestyle up. That ain't us in our nature. We got to change that. It's time, man. Yeah, third world countries, man. You see them on Instagram. They out there with flip-flops on with toes out, messing with steel. A brother can go, man, lay in the air conditioning. It's a whole lot of it. I got a best friend, got 3 felonies, got an escape. This guy ended up being the manager of the city that used to lock him up. In a second-tier city, ain't a major city. But I'm telling you, anybody can change their life around. Just put in the work. Put in the work. You have to, especially a young man. You ain't got time to be sitting around listening to us old sad stories. You're supposed to see that sad story and make sure you don't have none going forward. That's it. That's how wisdom works. It works itself forward, not backwards.
And you know, one of the
nah, you good, man.
So one of the things, just to piggyback on what Coach Fred is saying, I think one of the things that deters people here in America is because they want to have a guarantee of success for their hard work. There's no guarantees. You just still got to move, and you might not succeed. But then when you think about it, the fact that you moved in and itself is partly a success because you tried to change your life. And that builds upon itself, because then you say, well, this store is not necessarily what I want, but I know if I keep going, I might be able to open another one. Right? I mean, it's just one of those kind of things. It's really a mindset. That's why all we can ask for America is make sure those tracks for me to run on are still there. When those tracks go away, that's a different thing. But even in our country, all the poorest people are looking over the horizon to a whole millions of people who are making it. And they need to ask, what are they doing that I'm not doing? As opposed to who gave them something that they're not giving to me. That's the wrong question. The question is, what are they doing that I'm not willing to do? Yeah. Right? And all of those poor people, they got the most powerful thing in the whole world in their hands, though.
They don't. That's the
point. Phones?
What you talking about? They don't. They got phones. They got phones.
No, they got phones to be able to say that the possibilities for them are out there if they look. Instead of going on social media or looking at nasty pictures or liking it.
Like in countries, they can't even look at shit like that unless they.
No, so listen. Some little third world countries, I'm telling you, when I first started getting on YouTube, I was, I guess the algorithm is what it is, and I've always liked a beautiful woman. So they used to send me this crazy stuff of little chicks over there living in little makeshift homes over there, just being all sensual, but they couldn't go no further than just talking stupid. And it's like these niggas out here.
You see what they doing? But do you? Y'all see what they doing right now with the women in the Philippines and in Africa? What they doing now? So their whole thing is to take a picture, take a video with the camera in between their legs, right?
Well,
this is all on Facebook now. It's thirst trap. Yeah, it's like it's thirst trapping on. Like I didn't know what they were doing, and then I started looking, and it's just one after the next. So what they're doing, and these are like old women. They poor. They out here working, and while they're working, they got these dresses on, and they got the camera showing right between their legs. And so every once in a while they open their legs up so you can see their panties, dog, and their thirst trap. I could not believe that I seen all of that stuff on, and they're all like shorts. That's crazy.
You in the algorithm now, man.
That's it. I said, what did I get? Because now I see all of this shit.
One of those.
I was like, damn.
Do it to this dirty old man. Boo, boo, boo.
Like, man.
What you click on.
Right. So let me ask you guys a question. What happened? What's going on here, y'all?
I told you, I'm not talking unless you have 5,000 a week from me in USD. 5,000. I'm not talking unless y'all giving me land and 2,000 or more every week. You hear me? I'm getting my Pakistani passport and Pakistani ID.
You have Pakistani ID?
I'm getting it. Do y'all agree?
Did I end up even your friend?
Mind your business. What? Talk.
Tell me you have a Pakistani passport?
I'm getting one. Do you have one?
I have a Pakistani passport.
Oh, you do?
Why are you?
Okay, good.
What are you doing here?
Listen.
Yes. What are you doing here?
I don't live here. I'm chilling.
You chilling here? Why are you not taking your flight?
It's none of your business. Now go home. Here. Take it. I told you, I'm not talking unless you have 5.
What the hell is going on with this? Y'all know that this lady is in jail now.
Hustle, man. I'm not hating on that hustle.
I'm so
but she's in jail now.
Is she in jail now?
She's in jail now. Yes. She sat there and put her hands on a man. Now she's over.
I'm so happy.
So
why you hating on her? you want black women to be in a place, huh? Even man, is that your problem? You want them to be in a place?
You know what I learned about JT? JT said he want women like you over here. So this woman went over to Pakistan, completely away from JT, and JT worried about it. Listen, we should be happy. We should be praying in the room that woman over there messing with the Pakistani, and she ain't messing with these black men over here. So I think that we should be celebrating her. Yeah, queen. We need to say queen. Go on over there. Queen.
How did she even? This is the thing. So what I've heard was that I think she's bipolar. She got a mental illness or something. Her son said something about it. And I think she went over there and married a young Pakistani man or whatever. I have no idea. But it seems like because they giving her microphones and shit. Can't none of them hear what she's saying. They don't know. They don't understand what she's doing. And it's like, what's going on? Now she's in prison.
JT, So I saw this, about 2 weeks ago, right? So one, she's supposed to have met a Pakistani on the internet, right? And they're supposed to get married. She went over, and the family, they seen what was up, so they made him disappear. He went up north or south, whichever direction. So she was walking around just thinking she was gonna be, man. She didn't have a passport. Then she went to Dubai, and it was over.
Well, I think this woman, right? Listen, she acted like a white woman. This is what happened. She acted like a white woman. She told the Pakistani she was this white, beautiful, blonde-haired woman. He married her. And since he married her, once he saw it, he tried to call it off. He had already agreed with it. He committed to it. So now he got it. Like what we say in these spaces, he got to deal with his decisions that he made. So after the decision he made, who are us to tell that man how to run his life?
Hey, so yeah. The family they hit him. You know how crazy that gotta be where you take your delusion all the way over there to Pakistan? Mm-hmm. That's crazy to me. I'm trying to figure out how much money.
Though.
No,
I think she's a little psycho. See, no. Let's get it clear. Once you marry a man in Pakistan, these are the things that you're entitled to. That's not delusion.
Yeah.
Like if she would have married him, no, that's not delusion. If he would have followed through with the marriage and stayed married to her, they got a dowry system in Pakistan. So she would have got the land, she would have got the passport, she would have got all that stuff. So it's not delusion at all.
Man, she was going around telling a bunch of strangers, and they gave a press conference for this lady, dog. What did
I mean, they would have did that.
You're using the wrong word. Is she crazy? Does she have a mental illness? I agree with all that. But delusion, I don't think that, because according to their law, she's supposed to get all that.
Yeah.
She ain't that crazy. She ain't that crazy. She figured out how to get over there. She got a passport. So
he paid for her. That man sent for her.
She ain't have a passport. You see, the guy was asking where your passport.
Oh, so she was on a visa then. She was on a visa.
Like, where you see that?
However she got over there, she got over there. You know what I'm saying?
She ain't getting back too soon.
She went to a third world country. She went to a third world country. Somebody give me $2,000 a day, a week, whatever. Sound crazy as hell. She's a little psycho. That's okay though.
That's crazy, man.
Listen, she gonna have time to think about it over wherever she's at, inside one of those little Hard Rock cells, getting the
Why y'all want her to be is she in jail for real? Y'all know
I ain't saying I don't say that's where I want her to be. That's where she's at. That's where
she's in jail. She's definitely.
It said that they told her she agreed to leave the country. She
can right. Get your ass out of here. Get your ass out of here.
Whatever they're
so no, but see, this is what we need to be talking about. We need to tell Trump that he need to go over there and negotiate to get our black queen back. See, if that was y'all cousin, y'all auntie over there, y'all want somebody to go over there and free her. But we need to start the negotiation with Pakistan. You know, go ahead and do like Joe Biden. We'll give him $45 billion for freeing this woman, and we need to free her.
I'm trying to see if they got an update on this woman.
I read somewhere that said that she had to agree to leave the country and they was gonna let her loose.
She was like, I refuse to leave Pakistan.
See, that's what I'm saying. You gotta go over and prepare. You can't go over there willy-nilly thinking you just gonna say whatever and pull up on whatever.
But she did know. See, Coach Purse, she didn't get locked up for saying whatever she wanted talking.
No,
she got locked up for assaulting somebody. So she can't go to these places and say whatever she want to say and do all these things because they
not really.
She did it.
What I'm saying is, wait a minute. What I'm saying, she was talking crazy, but one thing you can't do is speak against the government. So you're gonna
you go to jail for that, though, right?
Yeah, you can't speak against the government. So, you know, I'm just saying, man, you're right, but I'm just looking at it from the political point. Can't be over here talking about fight. No, it's not that way.
I think it's only the white countries you can speak against the government.
What, America?
None of the Asian countries.
That's not true in Europe anymore, though.
Oh, yeah, America.
They speak against the country in Europe. They do it all the time. Like subscribe to someone. They be talking all kind of crazy on YouTube.
They're throwing their asses in jail now, Maps.
They throw them away. Well,
they're throwing their asses in. Like I know the Irish have all kinds of laws going on. Germany certainly has. You can't speak against if you say the wrong thing, they have police coming to your house.
Germany special.
Yeah, that's when JD Vance just had he just lectured the whole Europe just recently.
And Russia, Korea, all that.
If we would have lost the election, America would be well on its way to being censored just like that.
No, he wouldn't. No.
Hey, listen, man, Mark Zuckerberg tell you all you needed to know in 2020. And all of he got so frightened that the federal government was going to kind of peel back the onion on his tax returns and shit, that he acquiesced. He admitted it. They all did.
Way too much.
They all did. They were censoring people like crazy. Elon Musk had to buy Twitter in order for the right to actually have posts. When they kicked and they censored Trump, that was a really watershed moment. That a lot of people really just let shit fly over, man. When they kicked Trump off of social media because he was the president and he was saying his thing, That was a big deal. I thought that was a really, really big deal. We were losing some free speech, First Amendment rights, big time.
Mm-hmm.
You have First Amendment rights unless you're the president. That's bullshit. You know.
Man.
So anyway, that's that. We don't have to go back there. It's not like that now. But we were heading that way. That was another reason why I didn't like Kamala Harris and the Democratic regime. They were all for censorship. Everything is cool if you agree with what the fuck they say. If not, we're going to cancel you. And that's why we're starting to hear conversations about you couldn't say illegal aliens just 60 days ago.
Mm-hmm.
You can say it now. You can say not on certain airwaves. I've seen them correct people do that, man.
What they do?
I see them.
What they do? Good.
What did they do? What they do to them? They locked them up in prison like South Korea.
Right. Listen, one guy called the illegal aliens. He was on CNN or MSNBC. They said we don't use that terminology here. And if you he was on their show. It's all just it's the end of the world, man. I'm just giving you an example.
RP, listen. If you come to my house and using words we don't use, like in my house is a cuss word to use can't. You come here and you say can't, I say, hey, we don't use that word can't over here. You know what you're gonna do? You're gonna act aggressive because you in my house, so you're gonna leave.
We're talking about an interview. We're talking about an interview on TV. If I call a undocumented alien, illegal alien, you call them an undocumented immigrant.
But I don't on my show.
Right. So the guy but that's still censorship.
Censorship.
You in my house. You in my house. I got the rules.
We ain't talking about your personal
house. We can.
Let's be clear.
And you in America's house, so they got the rules.
Wait a minute, man. You can't make that equivalency. If I'm in your house, I'm gonna agree with you in your house.
I want you.
Yeah, you in my house. We no double skip.
I got. Let's be clear. If I say something that JT don't want me saying, and I continue to say it, JT has the power to remove me from this panel and censor me. Censorship have always been in control when you control the platform.
Okay, either man, but there's levels to it, man.
And in America,
if you invite me as a certain guest on a certain topic, right? And the topic is immigration. My term for what's really the real term, illegal aliens, illegal immigrants, because as soon as you come here illegally, you're breaking the law. And just because you have a nice fluffy term called undocumented immigrants, that's not how I see them. So don't invite me on your TV show.
I know how to
make me talk the way you want me to talk.
Listen. First of all, I know how to.
Man.
Listen, I have been on TV, and I know how.
And
listen, we get a brief. Hey, don't say it's not blindsided that I'm on TV. And I remember when I was on.
Some people are blindsided.
No, listen, Chuck. I get you.
You're going to try to tell me. Okay, so give me the opportunity not to come on.
He's a boomer. Right? He's a boomer.
Listen, I'm just telling you.
Okay, what does that have to do with
it? I get it. He's a boomer. He be able to say, when they get older, they want to say whatever they want.
Okay, they get
briefings. And I promise you, inside that briefing, they say, hey, don't address this, that, and the third. And then when people get on TV, they act stupid. They're like, oh, I can say that I signed that agreement, that I wasn't going to say that, and I said it anyway.
Or those people don't go on. Or those people decide that.
They're going on. Listen, they want that time of fame. You don't understand. A lot of people
can't make a blanket statement with all of them. Some people decide not to go on then.
No, I get it. I'm not, that's not the point I'm making. I'm just saying you can't tell me on live TV you don't know what you can and cannot say in 2025.
But you're acting like it's all absolute. So they didn't cover every little thing, though.
They covered the topic. I bet you they covered it. If the topic was immigration.
Listen, that's why they say there's certain people, like if I'm a liberal station or a conservative station, I got to be careful if I'm going to ask David Duke to come on my station because he stands for a certain thing, right? So if you have some people that stand for certain terminology, certain things, you don't invite them at all. And if you do invite a controversial figure like a Farrakhan or Umar Johnson, he's going to say some shit the way he wants to say it. He ain't going to act
I'm gonna correct him on air so we can show you how liberal I'm really is. That's the whole point.
You're making my point, though. So all I'm just trying to say is that all these are beginning, and then you might not have guys like that at all. Like for example, if a conservative wanted to go to a college campus, they've started ixnaying those guys because most campuses are liberal, bastions of liberal thinking. Right? So if you are anywhere controversial, you can't even get on campus.
Stop.
I mean, I think these are
RP, you just listen. I love you, my brother. You just talking. Listen,
no, I'm not. It's actually happening. What are you talking about?
Listen,
actually is going on, right? It was actually going on.
And you telling me, hold on. I just want to make sure I understand. You telling me conservative people, because it's literally YouTube page of conservative people sitting on liberal counseling, talking back and forth to the students, and you gonna try to tell me they couldn't go on those college campuses.
Okay, so you're gonna sit here and tell me you haven't heard in the last 4 years figures being told they can't go on certain campuses? Candace Owens, and she goes some places, but she gets ixed on some other places. So we're not talking in absolutes. It goes on. For you to tell me it doesn't go on means that you're being disingenuous.
What I'm telling you,
I'm not saying it's everywhere, but I mean, I don't even know why we're arguing. I don't. Are we really? You're trying to tell me nobody gets their voices chopped off?
No, I said that people could do what they want to do in their own house. That's what I said. But people
talking about houses. We ain't talking about your house.
Listen, campuses was begging Candace to come over there and talk because the type of traction it brought to their school. They didn't care about her viewpoint. What college she couldn't go to?
You know what? I'm talking about people like Candace Owens. I'm not making up. You think she never got backlash on certain campuses?
No, she's gonna get backlash because she's controversial. But what college campus came up and said, "Hey,
I don't have that." I'm talking figures like her. That's why I use her as an example. Controversial figures. Some can't get on campus. I know what we had to do to get Farrakhan on our campus back in my day.
Exactly. I knew you was gonna go back down to the 1946. Back in the day when Farrakhan couldn't get on campus. That's not the problem.
Yeah, no, but he did get on. I mean, like I'm gonna say, you got to go through some shit. You'll hear backlash. You'll see protests, and to say they don't go on, it's crazy. It's just crazy. Anyway, so all right, so I don't know if we're arguing or not, but we're arguing absolutely. What's next? What's next?
Good discourse.
I'm so proud of you. I be tuning in over here. I'm like, y'all let R Payne over here just talking about nothing. I'm going over here Friday to get him to shut up. That's my goal today.
Okay, man. So you have your work cut out for you, man. Just do it, man. Let's do it. All right, so man, JC, what's next, man?
Go ahead, Jason.
No, I was gonna go with this whole thing where we gonna go with the delusional. Do you guys see a difference in women right now when it comes down to the way that they were speaking before? How long has it been since the 8th of January? 20. Do you see women taking heed now? Do you think that their delusion is starting to dissipate, or do you think that they're going to be even more delusional and they think that they're still going to be able to do what they were doing before this election had passed? You think that it's going to work for them?
I see women saying, "Ha, I told you so."
Mm-hmm.
Like, y'all voted for him. I told you so. How y'all like me now? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we told you we were going to roll back this. We told you he was going to do this, take away this and that. Right. Mm-hmm. So they're living on that regard of we told you he wasn't no good. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think their delusion. You got to understand, man, where everybody's going to see this thing is based on where they sit. You know what I'm saying? And everybody, and while we're like, you see this is good, they're on the other side like, you see this is bad. You know what I'm saying? So we're never going to come to an equal balance of common line here. You know what I'm saying? We're both going to be in our delusion. And while we might think we're not in delusion, they don't think they're in delusion either, and they won't.
Yeah. So I don't know, man. I still think in my mind that the only thing that's going to make this better is once you start having people to suffer, and then the other people that's going to come observing that suffrage is going to start doing better.
Well, I think I'm confused. Help me understand what delusion you think women are living in, because I'm trying to make sure I'm following the conversation.
Just pick one. Pick a delusion. Okay, let me go with this. Let's put it in a space of, do women think that they need men still, or don't need men still?
Women think that they need men. They prove it with their actions.
Okay, and what's their actions right now?
If they're getting robbed or somebody hold a gun to their head, they in any conflict situation, they call the man a police who's typically a man. They prove that they need men.
For just that right there. But do you think that they need them?
I give you another example. Their house get caught on fire, they call the man to put the fire out.
What about with children?
I think that even with children, we see a large group of women putting their kids in football, basketball, putting them in sports because they understand that their sons need influence in their life. This idea that women think that they don't need men is just a fallacy. They purposely, like, I have a young lady who pulled me to the side and asked me could I mentor her son. Like they show us that they need us. Now I get that we might can pick on the 18 or the 21-year-old, but over a woman's lifetime, they prove time after time they need men.
Okay, I can understand. Yeah, I can understand when you're talking about our utility, but I'm saying that, do they actually respect men? Absolutely. Do they actually want men to build with?
Absolutely.
Well, not in their own home. Not in their own home, they don't. But like Eda Man just pointed out, they need they need our utility. They need us to mentor their sons. They need us to put the fires out. They need us to take the trash out. You know what I'm saying? And they don't mind paying for our service. Like, why do you think they friend zone so many guys so they get the men utility without the relationship? Like, you know what I'm saying? So it's not that they don't need us. They just don't want to be with us in a relationship. So I mean,
well, I think they do want to be with us in a relationship. Yes. Women are proving that they don't want to be submitted to men. Now that's a whole nother conversation, but they definitely need men. They prove it. I'm telling you, they prove that they need us. Now, when you talk about submitting and following his leadership, women have showed us with their action they don't want that, but needing us is something totally different.
Okay, so let's look at this
here.
Let's kind of roll this.
Man, I want to argue, but I agree with these guys. Yeah. Shit, I can't even argue. That's true. That's absolutely true. That's where it's at right now.
But the greatest evil.
Okay, hold on, Coach. I'm gonna play this video and then we can expound on it from there. So this video is a man having a conversation with a woman as far as how she likes him, right? Her level of liking this man, and this is the conversation that they had.
Like, I like him.
So you like him enough to get pregnant by him, but you don't like him enough to be in a relationship with him?
Like, I'm working on it.
Let me repeat this for you. You like him enough to get pregnant by him, but you don't like him enough to be in a relationship with him.
Like, so, like, if I was to get pregnant, like, I wouldn't have a problem because it's him. Like,
baby, how old are you?
I'm 34.
Listen to me. I'm gonna repeat this one more time. You like him enough to create a life with him, an 18-year to 21, 25-year bond, but you don't like him enough for him to be your man.
I think so. Like, I think it's because I have like that mindset, like, if I was to get pregnant, I had a child, like, and he decides he doesn't want me involved, like, I'm okay. Like, I'll be okay.
Ma'am, you sound like a little girl.
Listen to me one more time. I'm gonna just do this one more time. I want you to really listen to me. You like him enough to let him come in your vagina and possibly make a baby. You like him that much, but you don't like him enough to be in a relationship with him.
It sounds bad, but like
I wish you the best, sister. You have a great day.
I think that really proves my point, though. That proved my point that she have no problem interacting with men. She have no problem being around men. The problem with women when it comes to submitting to the man. That's what that was about.
Yes,
it wasn't
exactly.
so we got to understand. See, I think we got to mature these conversations. And I've been having these conversations offline.
Yeah.
And what I learned, when you cut this camera off, women start talking. Like they really start talking. And they was like, no, I want to have sex with him. I want to go on dates with him. I wouldn't even mind us co-parenting. Like these are the things that I'm hearing women say. They said, what I don't want is to be submitted under his leadership. And I'm telling you, it's a whole different conversation that we've been having outside of these cameras.
Yeah, but again, man, okay. And either man, I appreciate the fact that you can expand upon it because, you know what I'm saying, you see what is needed. I appreciate the fact that you wanted the very few to get out there and soldier on the ground. I retired doing that. My time is just here. I don't have to do nothing. Salute to the hardworking brothers. But I'll say this though. Both could work. You know, the ideology, the days of the feminist ideology is over. It's over with. And it's scary. We were Republicans and we were at our richest as far as a nation before. Then we got Democrats. We became Democrats with welfare. Now they're going to scale back. And I think, again, it ain't about a woman being submissive. It's about, I think the woman's pride is even higher than most men's pride. I think the black woman's pride is a little crazier than the man. However, brothers still can maintain. Brothers can still maintain, man. The women are going to be who they are. And a lot of us say, you know, listen, if you believe in the word, any part, go find that passage where it say a good woman is hard to find. She's one of the finding a good woman and being black is one of the hardest things you can do in your life. And if you can conquer being black, you can find a good woman. And if you can find a good woman, you can conquer being black. A lot of these issues, they started right in your neighborhood, in your house. Just look how you act. If you had a solid relationship with pops, you was a cool guy. With moms, you might be still a little wild, unstrung. And this is the future. Ain't it a modern time? We speak more modern. Now is the time to get it, young folk. Get it. Go talk to people outside. Get the skill sets. America is going to be wide open for anybody who wants to put in the work. And if you don't want to put in the work, you might have to be shoved to the side. And you ain't going to get no food truck pulling up. So I don't know what to say, man. If it ain't a woman in your cards right now, just focus on getting stronger and smarter.
But it's a delusion out there right now because I see it in the chat. Women need men, period. Men need men. I don't know what he talking about because I definitely know I need women around. Like this idea that I need y'all is good if y'all around. But if you had a choice, either man Williams, you're going to lock me in a room with 15 men or 15 women, I'll be the one man with the 15 women. Like this idea that we don't need women. See, I was hoping that men didn't get delusional like women to start saying we don't need them.
Most men ain't delusional like women. Most men will say they gotta be with them.
We need each other. Like I think, you know, he's talked about the good book. You know, it talked about it wasn't good for man to be alone. And women ain't never been alone. They always had men. So they don't even know what a world is without men. Because the foundation of time, men have always been into their existence.
Don't get me wrong. I don't think it's a problem with men understanding that we all need each other. You know what I'm saying? I think it's more along the lines that women saying we don't need you. You know what I'm saying? Like we know as a man, like I've never said I've not needed a woman. I need a woman.
Men don't say it that way.
Men don't say it that way, and it's getting our counterparts to be on the same page.
Okay, so that's key. Well, why do we? Okay, so when you said getting our counterparts to see that, is that our obligation, or they need to come to that revelation on their own? Because I do agree with everything that Ida Man said, and even that video where that woman sounded like a baby, like a child.
Yep.
She understood what the man was saying, but she didn't want to take the accountability that she take a man's sperm and don't want to have anything to do with him in a real relationship. And there's a lot of women like that. They are. I mean, you can see it all over. Like a man is just his seed in his wallet. I mean, Ebony Kelly Williams pretty much said that herself.
I think it goes to our view and vision, man, and what men have the ability to see as far as the global picture on why things need to work. They need to, work the way they do, and women only have a self-reliant way of seeing things. You know what I'm saying? Like they see themselves and they only see their own little community or their own little solutions, where men will see like, in order for this child to be successful, we need both of us. Women will say, well, they need me to nurture the baby. You know what I'm saying? Because I know women don't really see past the future. They only see their present. They only see their present selves.
But no, see that's what I'm saying. I think truthfully and honestly, it's a lot of disingenuous going on, because young men are saying that too. Young men are saying that I can go and sleep with you, I can nut in you, and I'm not gonna make you my wife. So what she said wasn't so far off from what the young.
It's not a disingenuous thing. Just because men, you was once a young man, correct? Ida Man. So I think you're still you're young, right? So you know that you going to go get your nut off shouldn't end up you getting the baby. You know what I'm saying? But it does, and we're just immature to a point where we're thinking that we can get a nut off safely. And
I never thought that.
It takes you said you had a friend locked up in prison for life, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's telling me that you understand the global society of men and what they think about, right? By you using that reference, you're saying you understand hood thoughts, and in hood thoughts, we think we could go get a nut off without the
safely.
We don't have pregnancy work. Listen. It's never I've been inside of a woman and I said, "Let me nut," and it's a chance that I'm gonna miss out on the baby.
We're not talking about you, right? We're not talking about you. It's never nobody on the panel.
I don't think most men. I don't think JT.
But you understand hood thoughts, right? Do you understand hood thoughts or not?
I understand hood thoughts.
Then use the hood thought thinking. We're not talking about you. Use the hood thought thinking. Hood thoughts say that we can get nuts for free.
No, I don't think men think that way.
You're lying. Come on, man. You said you got friends doing life, right?
Yeah.
You understand hood thought.
And every child, my friend, the point that I'm telling you is, even my most chaotic friend, he knew when he was coming in that 2 second, it was a possibility that she was getting pregnant and it wasn't a free nut. He was hoping she went to go to the clinic. He was hoping she took the plan B, but he knew the consequences coming inside of her.
You're missing the point that you made, Ida Man, by weakening it by saying there's an equivalency to a man saying he doesn't need a woman after he nuts in her. But let's say, wait a minute, let somebody else say something. That same guy didn't go around saying I don't need a woman. He might not need the woman he nutted in. That woman was making a blanket statement and she liked this guy. She's willing to do all this heavy lifting. Remember, a woman getting pregnant, she does the heavy lifting. He might have to end up paying for it, but a woman does the heavy lifting when she gets pregnant. So she's willing to get pregnant from a guy that she doesn't want to have anything other than give me your seed. I like you enough to have your baby, and then I'll take chances of whether you'll be a good man after that or not. Right? That's different. Are you
saying that it's not that the opposite? Men are saying, I am willing to get you pregnant, but I'm not willing to make you into my wife?
I'm telling you that, yeah, I'm saying it's not the same.
Men are definitely
men don't do the heavy lifting. I think that I'm just saying this. I don't think there's an equivalency. There's some connection, but it's not the way we view the world. Men spread their seed. Men spread their seed, and they're stupid about it. But a woman has to empirically know that she's got to do the heavy lifting if she gets pregnant. There's a difference, man.
You're not thinking that
deep. Listen, I'll say this to both of them. Listen, with the guy, right? It goes to show, looking back, how we waste a lot of time. Because we clearly see this woman is still talking like she's 15 years old, 34 years old. She's 34, talking and looking and acting. She smoked too much weed and she's doing. You can see it on her face and her lips, but she's still talking like a teenager. we're going to put herself into being a mother. Now, the brother, listen, if you don't change it, and hopefully you don't knock her up, if you do, I'm going to tell you, like I tell my son, you're going to be broke for a long time, so you're going to have to work. Don't ever stop working. Just work through it. It'll change for you when you get a little older, but don't stop working. Don't think about her. Be with your child. You can go, if you live with her, take your mail over so y'all live together, get your child support right so you can live like a king when you're 50, because it's going to be a rough age, whatever.
So do you think that men, especially when we have our being as fucking horny as we is, and it meets opportunity, that we are listening to what the older folks are saying? Is it do you think that that's happening with the man?
No, no, it ain't.
So.
No,
it's not.
Could you repeat
it's
the
not.
This
is the thing. Just think back when you think back, 17 to 25, I guess. I don't know. And our sexual drive is high as fuck from that time on, right? Do you think when opportunity meets that we're thinking that, I need to make sure that I'm cool with, turning down this coochie or whatever it is that we do, and we're listening to what Pops or what the uncle was just saying to us when it came down to that? Absolutely. For us to make the decisions that we have.
I can speak for my generation. Absolutely, we listen. My dad ain't tell me not to have no sex. He told me to put a Jimmy on.
But is it so when you met the opportunity, how much pussy have you turned down?
He said, "Have me a lot."
But either man, here's the X factor. Here's the X factor. But here's the X factor.
Question, man. What kind of question was that? Somebody gonna give a truthful answer to. Ain't nobody gonna
No. It's a lot because people don't understand that.
You gotta be truthful. It's unfiltered. Come on, man.
You're asking for a lot. Ain't nobody gonna tell you the truth about that. Even if it is the truth, nobody's gonna believe it.
So listen, what people don't understand about me is I was in the club scene. There's a lot of women who trying to throw that butt to you just to get in the club. Look, it's not that complex. So this idea that you have to be able to deny coochie.
But is that the reality? That's all I'm asking. Is that the reality
for Tiger Woods? Everybody want to talk about the women he slept with. Let's talk about all the women he did sleep with.
Okay, but listen,
Tiger Woods was getting ass, dog. He was
okay.
So
can we put a refine? Let's show.
Hold on. But it's always the X factor that we seem to always forget.
I agree, Payne.
JP, father, Eater man, father, our Payne, father. Uncle, respectful guy. What about you, brother Prototype? Did you have a man
no, I'm a single mother ass dude.
Okay, so I can understand. so your views are a little single mother sometimes. I get that, but that's the X factor, right? Because what Eater man is saying is what, as far as the future for the dynamic to change, a father can change that dynamic. Now, this is the thing. When I got old, I said, Pops, why you ain't tell me too much about sex? He said, boy, I told you, protect your damn self. Don't, you know what I'm saying? But I said, but why you ain't never tell me get it? He said, what am I going to tell you? And this is what he told me straight up, man. I was probably about 30 when I finally had, he said, what was I going to tell you when you got your first piece of tail? And you 16, you built like me, look like me, girl. He said, the one thing that I respected about you, he told me, he said that you wasn't just wild and you didn't bring me no teenage babies, you know what I'm saying? So I felt good. But he never, listen, one thing, and I'll never tell my son this, I can't tell him not to turn it down if it lays out. He has to understand I'll tell him read about the female smells and all of that, the pheromones, all that. And I'll tell him protect himself, wear a condom. He must wear a condom because the women his age, when they see him, they get turned on and get horny by him too. But he's told me how he's turned down several just based off what he could see. And just because she has the body, sometimes you got to just get away from all of that. And he's been able to do it.
But it's cap when we tell... Look, when the old folks, this is why they don't really listen to us, man. When you tell a young man about dick discipline, And come on, bro, that shit is not. It's cap. It's
But
cap.
if a man don't get it from his father,
ain't nobody gonna tell the truth. He said because it just so happened that, and let's keep it real, man. A lot of these guys that been sleeping around when they was young, they just they dodged the bullet. Mm-hmm. I remember talking to cats, and you talk to cats right now. You be like, well, how many kids you got? Right? They be like, I got 2. But then guess what they follow it up with? 2 that I know of.
But
it's a lot of dudes that say that. So the one that have to do the one that have to do the heavy lifting is who? R-Pain?
It's always a woman.
It's a woman. We don't get pregnant. So you know what I'm saying? It's not unless it's women that they had sex with dudes that didn't even know the dude's real government.
I get
you know
that.
what I'm saying?
But what I'm trying to understand is we do listen to see the problem with this dick discipline. We was told that this discipline is abstinence. No, dick. My daddy taught me dick discipline. That was using a condom. That's discipline of the penis. Like so we've been listening to it. It's just now it got to a form
using a condom is not dick discipline. Get the fuck out of here.
That is dick discipline.
That is not dick discipline.
Oh, it's part of it. It's part of it.
It's a prophylactic. That's what it is.
Let me add it. I don't want to get on the argument. Using a condom is part of dick discipline, right? Because telling a young man not to pursue sex when it's in front of him, I think that's crazy. So protect yourself at all times. Mm-hmm. But what's missing? We don't spend enough time. Wait, let me just finish. We don't spend enough time telling the guys the consequences of their actions. If you do this, if you open this window, this sexual window with woman A, B, and C, what's behind each one of those doors is different. And there's consequences that you may or may not face. And we don't talk about that. And sometimes consequence is what keeps people straight. Like, for example, I didn't need to see Scared Straight not to know that I never want to go to fucking jail.
You know that's right.
You know what I'm saying? I never know. I never want to go there. So sometimes you got to show people the consequence of what they do for them to have it in their mind before they do something stupid.
Yes,
and
sir.
we don't spend enough time saying that. But go ahead, Prototype.
Dick discipline is more along the lines of giving them the parameters in which you should have sex. You know what I'm saying? Not just, use a condom because you're having sex. No, don't be out here smashing anybody. You know, make sure you got a connection with a person. Put the parameters in the right perspective. That's dick discipline. That's emotional discipline. You know what I'm saying? You don't just say dick discipline. Control your emotions. Don't be chasing after your dick emotions. Don't be falling for your emotions. If you feel this way, make sure the shit right. If the shit happened too fast, the shit wrong. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's really no such thing as like dick discipline.
With that either, man.
Like, you know what I'm saying? It's really man discipline that you need to be laying down the law with, not wear a condom. That's asinine. Like wear in the heat of the moment. Like, what are you talking about? Wear a condom? Like, you know, I'm not saying not wear a condom.
Right.
Definitely
wear a prototype.
I'm just saying, to tell somebody that dick discipline is wearing
a black man making a baby out,
diminishing the value of what sex actually is and the trouble that it can actually get you into, and in the lack of protection that condoms actually give you. You can still get crabs and herpes and all that other dumb shit.
And they have it with a condom, yes.
You can get herpes from kissing some of these little nasty mouth people.
That's what I'm saying. Make sure your emotions are in check.
But the crazy part about it,
what are y'all talking about, man?
We all would agree it take a level of discipline to put on the condom. And now he's gonna argue that it's no discipline. It's just normal for people to put on condoms. If we had most of these men put on condoms, they literally, we wouldn't have all these pregnancies that we see. If every man had all the condoms ain't break. Like, let's stop.
If they broke, or if they break, or if they didn't break, I think putting the parameters way before the condom is
nobody can argue with that.
It's the option. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
either man, how could you argue with what Prototype just said? I think Prototype
priority. Like, that's more the priority than just saying put on a condom at the last minute. That's
I get what you said, but just like Coach Ferg said, if his daddy would have came in there with that BS talking about he don't need to have sex, Coach Ferg would have heard it come in one ear and went out the other. So like we gotta stop this. Like we telling young men to do shit we didn't do. I say, like, come on, man. Like you got
it's the same as fast money. Like what you gonna tell a young man about money? Hey, if this money's fast like this, you know this probably ain't the right way. You don't got no problem with telling them not to sell drugs. You know what I'm saying? You'll tell them don't sell drugs.
Right.
But you'll tell them to put a condom on.
Especially with a strag, right? And you know she a strag too. And nah, dog.
Come on, man.
I agree with Prototype. Control your emotions. Yeah.
You know what I learned, and I was talking to this 18-year-old the other day, and he said the reason I don't listen to people over 60 is because they always give me advice that they wouldn't follow if they was my age. He told me that shit stuck me. He said, they tell me not to do this shit. And when they was that age, they was stroking, they was doing all this stuff. They told me not to do.
But either man, that's in his imagination. Because guess what? He wasn't living during that time, so he can come with. We've been living during his time. But this is the thing. This is what I think too. A lot of us think that hoes are all evil. Right? It's some sweethearts out there, bro. But they're just hoes. There's some sweethearts out there, dog. It's some women that are hoish as hell, but they got great personalities, dog. We have in our mind, and I don't know where the old folks get this from. I don't know where the men get it from. If you talk to women, you understand that one of the things is that we just like being around women. And you can have some women that are hoish, but they are sweethearts. At least until you get them pregnant. This is what'll get you too. You have to. It goes to the point of what Prototype was just saying. When it comes down to, you got to put your emotions in check, bro. You sit there and talk to a woman. Let me tell you, you sit there and talk to a woman, and she could be hoish as all, but that woman can sit back and acquiesce to everything you're saying to her.
You know what's real is that you can lose your life chasing yourself. You know what I'm saying? Over one night stand, you mess with old women, you get your ass banged out here. You know what I'm saying? Thinking you just gonna get you a nut real quick. You know what I'm saying? And that's the real message, and that's why you should keep your ass in check. Because you can get your ass banged out here, thinking you just gonna go over Shorty's crib and get this quick nut and be gone.
Yeah,
like, that's the
it's
real.
It's a lot. It's a lot that's involved in it.
It's a lot that's involved. So the condom thing is way down the line.
So, JT, I'm 18 years old. Help me identify if she a hoe or not.
I ain't gotta help you identify. When you see her, you're gonna know that she's a fucking hoe.
You don't know that. You don't know that. You don't know that.
Especially talking to the kids under 23. That is crazy talk.
Let me tell you. Okay, so let me
identifying a hoe ain't a one step. It could be a small process, like if she show you quick, but identifying a hoe could take some time. You gotta evaluate who you dealing with.
Help me identify those.
So like if you see she extra friendly, if her stories don't line up, if she's a liar, if she's not keeping up with, if she not telling you the truth, you don't see she's honest. Like you know what I'm saying. There's a lot of things you can.
That don't mean she's a hoe. If she ain't honest, she just lied to you.
But come on, man, we can't be up to.
There's a lot of checking a person's character, you know what I'm saying, and it takes time to check somebody's character. You got to check somebody's character before you just go and play Russian roulette with your wood.
The problem that I'm telling you is hoes with character. It's
no, there's not.
JT, just hold up. JT just said it was. He said one of these things.
This is what I was saying.
No. Sweetheart don't mean they got good.
Right. It doesn't mean that she has character to a point where you like she's upstanding. She's just a fucking sweetheart, but she's a hoe.
Come on. You can check her integrity level. You can check her discipline. Like you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of things you can check.
Listen, I know. What I'm trying to hear Prototype say. I know some hoes who quiet. They don't talk to nobody. They go to the library. They like when I'm telling you, it's some hoes who don't stick this. I get what you're saying. The one that's twerking on the table. I kind of get that. And she really might not be a hoe. She might just be being a part of the culture. But what I'm telling you is, nowadays, especially when you talk about young boys and young girls are not interacting the way that we were back in our day, you cannot just identify and say, I think she got whole because she know the right thing. She just choose to do something different.
But you said something totally different than what Prototype said. He said you got to get to know them before you start sticking your wood and shit. You got to preventative measures is what you got to take. You can't just be sitting here and just hooking up with somebody first night, second night, whatever. You need to find out what they are. That was my whole point of saying that I'm an older man, but I was a young man before. And I understood how my urges, man, that shit was painful. You want to hit. But you had to be able to say, I'm gonna have to let this one go. So, Eda Man, when you said that you could turn it down, I didn't say that was a bug, that was cap. I'm just saying that it's not for the majority of dudes. If the opportunity comes and this nigga is ready to hit something, he gonna do it.
But JT, nobody can answer my question. You say I gotta get to know her. Like you don't know how when I start talking to these 18-year-olds, they get answers like that. What the fuck that mean? Get to know her. I ain't never been around no goddamn just women other than my mom.
You got to know your best friend, dog. Like,
no, it's not the same. Knowing a woman is not the same as knowing a man.
You're gonna hear that shit when you chilling with your homeboy and he start talking about another dude. You know what I'm saying? You be like, oh, you a snake or you snake somebody,
right?
Like you can't hide who you are for too long. Like you can't.
But that's the point. The point that I'm telling you is, I know hoes who don't talk about the bodies they got. They don't talk about the men they slept with. They don't talk about that stuff. So this idea that she gonna just come up in conversation, I slept with Johnny last week and I just been sleeping around. That doesn't
if they not talking, that's another red flag. If you
I was just
somebody not getting to know you,
she hiding shit.
Talk to them and they not talking to you. It's you're talking to them, telling you about your past. You share details about you, and they're not sharing nothing about them. That's a red flag. They hiding something from you, bro.
No, I didn't say she wasn't talking. She ain't talking about her ex. So you tell me when you met girls, they talk about their ex with you?
Yes. Yeah.
Well, they didn't really like y'all then.
Okay.
Yeah, they didn't really like y'all.
Let me tell you something.
Y'all must have looked funny.
This is one of the things. Let me tell you something about a lot of these damn women. They don't hold water, bro. They gonna tell you, if you listen long enough, they're gonna tell you everything you need to know about them. They gonna tell you. I had a boyfriend my last boyfriend I was with, he did such and such. Just like the one man I went on a date with. And they gonna be speaking. It takes time to do it. If you trying to do this shit within 24 to 72 hours, yes, nigga, you fucked up now.
The point that I'm telling you is that wasn't her last boyfriend. The last 15 guys she talked to wasn't her last boyfriend. That's just somebody she slept with.
But you're gonna hear what we're saying is that you're gonna hear. She's gonna tell you everything you need to know once you start getting.
That's the point that I'm telling you is I get that you thinking in the world of when you was younger. These kids are not interacting and talking the way
how you know you ain't in the world either. How you know?
I mentor them.
You don't know. You don't know what they're telling you. You're not living that life now. You don't know.
Just like the women ain't telling you. They ain't telling you either.
Cool.
They're not telling you.
I get that y'all want to discredit it and y'all gonna just tell me what y'all think. When y'all not in the field, y'all ain't talking to these guys. Y'all gonna just tell me. But this idea that she just gonna come up to me and express, especially if she like you. If she's not gonna come out there like if she wants you, she like you. She's gonna be on her good behavior, and I believe she can be on her good behavior enough for you to sleep with her. Because most dudes ain't gonna wait no 6, 7.
And how long does that take?
Man, shit, between 24 and 72 hours, like you said.
Yeah. Okay, so then you just fucked up. Then we keep telling you better chill out. You need to put your emotions in check.
How long?
Most dudes ain't got that type of motion, so they gonna pop it. I'm telling you.
No, Coach Ford, here we go.
Most dudes don't got that type of motion, so they just trying to slide in as fast as they
can.
But
here's the thing: we ain't talking about kids. We talking about grown men. So
no, that's how I moved as a teenager. Look, man, I used to have the conversations twirling the basket. Y'all understand that? You know,
yeah.
No. Listen,
I'm glad I wasn't having no.
So hold on. Well, do you think young men should date?
Yes.
Okay, cool. He met this young lady that he liked. They've been talking on the phone for about 2 weeks. He go on the date. All right, so you think that he gonna know everything he need to know in 2 weeks, or you think he need more time than 2 weeks?
If he need more time than 2 weeks.
He need more time than 2 weeks. So he go out on a date. They go on a nice date. He pay for the food. Well, I guess y'all might think they should go Dutch. That don't even matter. He pay for the food. He take her home. Different things like this because he don't supposed to hit that first night, right?
And it takes a minute to go and hit.
So my question to you: how long do you want him to pursue this woman before he engage in sex? Let me get my pen ready. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hello.
When it feel right, bro.
Oh,
like,
okay. We go to feel right. I think he's gonna say once it feel right, because when it feel right is when my dick get hard. That's when it feels right. So hello, feel. Let me write that down.
When you feel safe.
When you feel safe.
When you feel safe.
It felt safe in the car. It felt safe in the car.
No, it don't.
She sat on his lap.
It don't feel safe until it feels safe.
About the feeling.
Every one night stand that anybody done had on this panel, there's been weird things going on. Ain't nobody feel in no one night stand.
Hold on for a second. One mic for a second. Let me add to the discussion just one thing. What about all of this in the backdrop with the fact that, and people say this, I didn't only say this, that most ladies know they want to give you some ass when they first see you.
It's not about that.
Wait. What I'm saying is, if you're dating a chick, right, and you guys are talking about waiting for some time where you get to know her, really in her mind, she's already thinking, I'm going to sleep with you. That's why I'm in front of you, right? They don't take them that long to know that. So how do you put all this? So how does that fit into this equation when a guy knows this chick wants to bang him out?
Well, no, it fits in this equation because he said we need to go off feelings. We need when he feels.
Well, maybe this is what I think. I have never observed a woman. I've never. No, I'm sorry, Edom, man. Go ahead, man. I'm sorry. I was caught up in my thought.
I'm gonna respond. Go ahead, finish what you're saying.
So the thing that I observed about women, whether they're young or old or whatever, dog, they tell you shit. They talk. You guys even hear the women even saying it. We're the better communicators and shit like that. They talk, man. If they're not asking you any questions, they're not volunteering any of their past or anything like that, then you definitely need to leave her alone. If she's holding shit back, you know when she's holding shit back. I ain't never been with a woman and she was so damn quiet. Well, I don't know nothing about her. I know her past. And it's up to me. This is the craziest part. It's up to me because I'm seeing what they call red flags and all these other things, right? So I'm seeing these things. Now it's up to me to say if I want to keep pursuing this relationship with her or not, or whatever it is, because I'm trying to hit. What we're saying is that that's the problem that we have as men. We don't control our urges. We don't.
JT, the problem is they lie. You keep trying to say that, they gonna tell me the truth. They gonna tell me their past. How many times we done heard women? I only been with one other guy.
Bro, I just ain't never been.
I only had one other sexual.
Yeah, partner. and then as she started talking, then she'd be like, yeah, like this one guy I used to date, and you be like, boom. Then she'll say another one. She's gonna tell you about her past, bro. If she ain't, if this woman, listen, it's some things that we can say to them that'll catch them up in a fucking lie easily.
Okay, cool, but hold on, you gotta wait.
We don't even ask those questions. We because we're scared.
Listen, Prototype, he answered. Prototype said when he feels safe. Okay.
Yes, I agree with that.
And you agree he should go into his feelings and say, "Do I feel safe to stick my penis inside this woman?"
Yes.
Or do I not?
Yeah.
Yes.
Fuck yeah.
Especially if we were young in these times right now. Fuck
yeah. We got feelings for a reason. Look, you can keep that toxic masculinity shit to yourself, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? But I got feelings. My discernment work. You know what I'm saying? I know when some shit feels like, I probably shouldn't go in this crib.
But prototype. You 20 years a senior of somebody just starting out who ain't had no.
I am speaking from my 16-year-old just got a whip ass self. I knew when some shit was shaky. I knew when I shouldn't be smashing something. I knew. You know what I'm saying? So
I knew that too.
So what are we saying then?
You acting like you did.
No. But that's not the point. So
you acting like your shit with Peachy.
No, but here's the thing. Listen.
Hold on,
y'all missed my point.
Hold on for a minute, Coach. We got my man Black, because y'all can't see him right now. My man BMU is in the back, bro. My guy is in here, BMU. And we got another cat. My man Frank is in the building. Hey, Frank, you good now that you recovered from fits from Wednesday, bro?
Hey, man, I'm good, man. I had to, you feel me?
All right.
I had to do a couple push-ups.
Hey, so Frank, let me ask you this: since you're new to the panel, did you go with your at 16 and your penis got hard? How did you feel? Did you feel like she was safe, or did you feel that she wasn't safe?
Hold up.
We in the
This shit sounded weird.
First of all, you gotta give me some context. I'm
got you. Okay,
I'm just getting home. I'm just getting home.
I got you. So Frank, this is the context, right? The context is these two men, older gentlemen, gonna say they gonna tell a 16-year-old to go with their feelings, how they feel. We talk about sex with women for context, right?
Okay.
So at 16, a young man who did go hard, how is he feeling?
Yeah, he feeling like he about to strike something.
Exactly. You talking about I go with my feelings,
hold on
whether she a hoe or she ain't no hoe. He feel like he want to fuck. That's what he feels like.
Because when I was 16 and just going back to like thinking about my like replaying my high school days when you like after you said that, yeah. First thing I thought about, damn, yeah, like shorties was on it. Because I mean, I was an athlete, so they were on it. So it was, you feel me? Like I'm talking, bro. I had a wild high school. A wild high school. Like if I tell y'all some of this shit that was happening to me in high school, that girls was doing to me in high school, I'm happy I wouldn't even believe that shit.
Well,
So
before we go further, let's get some further context, though, right? Because the larger discussion is if we're talking about dick discipline, what form should it be talked about? Should it be telling the young man to understand what he's getting into, the emotions, the feelings about it? Is it just wearing a condom, or is it all of these above plus the consequences of opening a sexual door with woman A, B, or C? So I think it's a full discussion that we're like in violent agreement up here, by the way.
Yes.
It's just how we coach it. But either man doesn't think the emotional, the understanding what you're getting into from an emotional standpoint for a young man is worth it. I think that's early education is worth it. It's not enough, but it's worth it.
But I'll pay
it's not enough, but it's worth it. All of those. Go ahead.
No, all of those factors must be taught today for the future. And one key element that I don't know, I guess we're allergic to these type of conversations. The key component for the future, because we see a lot younger, they're doing a lot more strenuous sex acts. Shit that none of y'all could imagine that they're doing at a very young age. The sexual transmitted disease conversation must be had. Must be had. Before I would advise my son to marry a woman or whatever, I'm going to give him the advice. He choose not to use it. He have a consequence. I'm going to be like, well, I told you what to do. It's all I can tell him is give him moral support. Right. But get you the blood test, get a sexual transmitted disease, because we see it. These young people, they so, I guess, hermit-like that they don't even want to bathe and have constant communication with each other. So to me, it's scary for the future of young people because they're not getting the correct information.
Yeah.
And for us to have any type of, at least get back to, I'll take 50% marriage rates at some point.
Right.
Because that's what America was. They're going to have to be some truth telling about the whole, it's like going all the way to the water well, telling young folk about just how to control their emotions when it comes to a woman, being very selective, understanding the consequences if you have a child, letting them see what the laws are about, you know what I'm saying, and let them have those conversations amongst themselves, because they're the ones that's going to have to live through their life. I don't know if anybody's their child, their son had a child, that y'all will be willing to put up $400 or $500 a month for child support for that child. Or would you want your son to have to pay that debt till he's 40 years old? Or if he have a mother a child at a teenage age, what's the likelihood of them being together? If you try to arrange it, for some reason we fight against the arrangements of things, the things that could actually lead us. And then it could be my son just get rolled, or the woman just be like, no, her mama said she can't marry me. So now we looking at the same situation. So I think it's very important, especially for the young man, to just move with a little bit more intention. Treat your seed like it's the $1 million ticket, because the world will love your seed.
So would you tell your sons to abstain from sex?
No, I already said that. I said protect yourself at all times. And be able to walk away from a woman if she doesn't align with what you are trying to do. Easy. My mother taught me that as a kid. So I never left that.
That's what I'm saying. We being so deep. At 16, what I was trying to do was fucking. What she was trying to do was fuck too. What are you talking about? At 16, I wasn't trying to align with you. Like if I did, right, when you was in high school, was you trying to align to make sure y'all had vision, goals?
Yes, but those were the dudes that really went. Listen, at 16, I was already probably about 3,000 sessions in with my girlfriend at 16. So I was an athlete and played 2 sports, and I used to get it all fall and summer and spring with the ladies. Huh?
Your goals and vision, Coach Bird?
Say it again.
Your girlfriend was aligned with you with your goals and visions?
Yes. I didn't argue with women.
The concept of teenage love, even man, those people.
I didn't have no problem.
It's easy to be in line with teenage love. Come to my football games, come to my baseball games,
man, showing all that.
Cheer, support, come eat Thanksgiving dinner. Your mama love me. You're like, yes. Get to know that person.
JT, you hear this cap?
No, it ain't about no cap, bro. It's about being safe. You said you got a friend that just doing life.
You trying to do all the talking. JT, you telling me at 15, 16, was you messing around that age, 15, 16?
I was.
You telling me at 15 and 16, the women that you was messing with was aligned with your goals and aspirations for life?
Yeah. The woman that I married, we was dating at 15. We got married at 22. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so that was the only woman you was messing with?
No.
Checkmate. That's the point that I'm making. Like, I get that one might have been aligned that way.
That's all I wanted.
That's all I wanted, nigga. I wasn't trying to marry
everybody else. Wasn't trying to be on. I wasn't trying.
But you was messing with other women that was not aligned with your goals and all that stuff.
Exactly. Having the sex that we talked about, protected.
No, but this is the thing.
That's what the 18-year-olds here. Y'all tell me only to mess with the ones that align with my goal. But
no.
I'll say there's multiple women are willing to align with your goals.
Yes.
About something.
So what he's saying is
plenty of women that will align with your goals. There's no such thing as one. Plenty of women that will line up with your goal. If
that's the point. Y'all tell me
hold on, Eda, man.
With the holes and y'all was messing with the holes.
No, there wasn't holes either.
No. Fuck all that. Hey, look.
In your time, you might have had some holes, but I didn't see that.
No, there was some women that were hoes also. Yeah. That's not.
I didn't touch those type.
But that's not. But this is the thing. I'm not. If I'm giving a young man some type of advice, I'm not just telling him because the shit worked out for me. I'm going to tell him the shit that didn't work out for me and the shit that fucked me up. That's the crazy part of it. I'm not about to sit back and talk to this young man as if I'm not in the world. Or I haven't been in the world. I'm going to tell them the things that worked out for me and the things that did not work out for me. That's the difference. I'm not going to sit there and act like it was all peaches and cream with me. No, I was out there. That's how I can sit back and talk to him and be like, that was my purge.
But that goes back to my point before I get out of here, JT. That was the point that I was making. Young men say, you're telling me something you didn't even do when you was younger. I get that you learned the lesson. I get you say you would have did things different, but most of the time, older men are talking from the mountaintop. But they walked through that same valley and did that same thing, and now they telling me not to get my dick wet the way they was getting their dick wet.
Most of the time that we're not talking from the mountaintop, though, Eda, man. That's my point. Y'all act like when motherfuckers. That's why I hate when I hear young niggas be like, "In y'all time." Nigga, it's still my time. What are you talking about? It's still my time.
You're not on the mountaintop right now? Are you still in the valley?
I am. I am.
He's still in the valley.
I'm still in the fucking valley. Listen, until I die, I'm gonna still be trying to figure it out. I'm gonna still be trying to work it out. Now, things have worked out well for me because of the moves that I made. And guess what? I'm gonna tell them what that is. When you are focused, when you are saying, let me take out the time and find out what this young lady is about. Because for the most part, if we go on a balance of this, who am I going to delete out of my life? Who's going to be more of a what's the opposite of asset?
Liability.
A liability. You have to be able to do it, especially now. It's terrible out here now. When you looking at not just having a baby, but man, these motherfuckers getting all kind of STDs and STIs and all kind of shit right now. And they're getting not only that, they're getting caught up. And a lot of these young men are getting caught up in shit that they ain't got no business getting caught up in. I think it was Prototype that said it. You over there, you messing around with this woman. Next thing you know, you in the middle of some gunfight.
I'm just saying that y'all niggas in the 90s went through the same shit. Y'all had.
Oh, well, hold on.
Yeah. And we tell you not to go down this road. But if we tell you,
everybody what I
thought.
I'm not getting banged for nobody. My life is too valuable for some bullshit.
And everybody had to talk while I was talking.
You ain't listen to enough Jay-Z when you was growing up. Like, that's the problem, bro.
See, that's the problem. That either man, listen, man. When you say 90s, right? I don't know. Let me ask you this: how old were you in 1986?
I was
born.
Oh! So that says it all. Then, so you my favorite generation, first generation. What year were you born? 90 what?
90.
Oh yeah,
millennial.
I'm gonna explain it to you like this, right? So me, JT, our Payne was a little older. I was out of high school. JT was right behind me in 86, 87, right? They bought that devastation drug and they tried to present it to us. What a lot of us did, JT, we saw it and we got away from it. Brothers that opened up it's like they opened up colleges. HBCU in Roman went up. Colleges around the country went up. Brothers were joining every branch of the service. The brothers that stayed in the hood, they got caught up in it. They started having babies. We having babies in the 90s. Those babies been seeing brothers delete themselves at a high rate because before the really 90s, it was a very small number in any city. From that point on, you've seen a lot of good fathers taking out uncles. Some of the adults was using the drugs. Once the mama got hooked on the drug in the 90s, this is the end of that.
I can't talk about the drugs, right? I want to talk about sex. Listen,
but the sexuality of the black man and black woman increased about 200%.
No, but listen, see, but the one thing that you know the problem I have talking to old people. I grew up in Atlanta by fucking freak meat. And y'all gonna tell me y'all wasn't fucking. I seen y'all fucking outside.
We're not saying that.
Listen, as a kid, no, I want y'all to understand this. Because all y'all niggas had niggas as a kid, I can walk outside of my house and turn to the left part. People was on Cadillacs fucking. And you gonna tell me y'all wasn't fucking in the 90s?
The crack album.
No, we're not saying that.
I said we're not having sex, man. No, either man, you gotta understand. You and your age group were being made by those people living that lifestyle. You was a 90s baby. In 89, 90, yes, you was a product of that behavior. And this is where we are today because the adults of your age group, you tell me if I'm wrong, y'all struggle with a lot of emotion, everybody in their feelings.
No,
hold up.
We the most balanced. The 90s?
Okay. You say y'all. Okay,
y'all not the most balanced.
You say y'all the most balanced. You say y'all the most balanced, right? That means if y'all the most balanced, this is what I'm saying. Then the greatest opportunity for the young man, you all's age, is to take over the world. Get the Pumas out the way Tell the
millennials are the most
women to fall in line.
The baby boomers.
Tell the women to fall in line. And y'all
we ain't got no problem
here, man. I don't even know what you say.
Hey, this is the truth. How many people from 90 to 95 y'all see on the internet talking about women? I'll wait. Y'all, we see y'all old niggas talking about women and the problems.
No,
y'all
we don't.
Y'all,
I ain't never had I was in the service in the whole time. I was in the service. I ain't never had.
Everybody got.
He's talking about right now. He's talking about right now. I don't think it's an age thing. I don't think
right
it's
now.
an age thing.
Hold on. Right now, the 30 and the 40-year-old, y'all hate each other out here. That's all y'all see. Y'all can't find no good people.
Listen, this is what I'm trying to tell JT. That same uncle who had that girl leg up at the Waffle House, him in the back of the parking lot. If y'all telling me, listen, I saw it with my eyes. Yeah, you know you gotta have some dick discipline. You can't sleep with everything. And I'm talking about Uncle Will.
Hey, you don't got to say that.
No. Right. So, Either man, you are absolutely right. Let me tell you, you are absolutely right when it comes down to our. This is the thing. Our approach is some fuck shit, man. I'm telling you. But we're trying to figure it out how to approach this because I get what you said. You can't be sitting back telling me after you done had all your goddamn fun and you done made it that I need to dick discipline, right? This is basically what you're saying. That's why the dick discipline part is not. That's some fuck shit. I'm on the alignment with what Prototype was saying. Get your emotions in check, my guy. This shit is fucked up. And like I said, I don't care what nobody say. People keep thinking that the hoes are these just ratchet ass bitches that just talk back to niggas and shit. No, a lot of these hoes are beautiful women, man. they got right. Man, you get caught up. You be like, damn.
But JT, I do want you to understand this because I gotta go because I promised these girls I was gonna go.
No doubt.
Go look at people who's running companies. They was born from 90 to 95. 90 to 95 is the generation because we had to grow up with the 80s. So we got the 80s suite and we grew up in the 90s. We are a unique group and you don't see us complaining. Like go really start checking the age of these people. The 90s to about 95, it was a unique era. We're winning at a big level. Now we can't tell you about
I can't. That's not my anecdote. My little brother was born the same year you was born. That nigga crash out.
So what your little brother did?
My little brother did crash out.
Yes.
Well, no.
I got little cousins born in that. They crash out.
I want to be clear. I can point to somebody's generation and point out a crackhead. That doesn't mean
no. Your generation, that's where crash out actually come from.
Yes.
That 90s generation.
That is 90s.
Crash out.
Kids born in the 90s, crash outs.
Tell them Prototype.
They the original YNs, boy.
Yes.
2000 to 2005 is when crash out really started happening. The kids
because they got older.
You start seeing
man, y'all got older. Y'all got older. What are you talking about? Y'all got older.
Oh, they crashing out.
What are you talking about? Y'all was teenagers wilding out them streets.
Yeah, y'all was 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 17. That's what y'all was doing, crashing out. That's where it came from.
Y'all was the first damn gamers. Y'all was the first gamers.
Sega Genesis and shit.
We just had consoles, nigga. Atari, Nintendo, and we played the shit.
Even man,
y'all generation, y'all was the generation.
80s millennials and 90s millennials.
You still got your Sega Genesis, man.
Y'all the real crack babies, boy.
Yeah. We are the
Thank you,
ones
Prototype. Thank you.
I keep telling y'all, we the one who's running the world right now.
You keep saying that. Y'all the one right now.
No, either man.
I owe y'all think.
Everywhere y'all go, y'all fight.
Them boomers are still running the world.
Hold on. Let me ask Coach Ferd that. What generation running the military right now?
Boomers.
No, it's the generation behind me because they still younger. Most of the military,
they're in the military.
Most of the guys my age done retire. They don't retire.
No. The boomers. If you look at who's the Secretary of Defense? How old is he?
But as far as the soldier point of view, our generation has retired out.
Running shit.
Listen, Listen, we are the first sergeants. We are the commanders. Listen, this idea that he
that's
thinks
only today because we retired, dog. I refuse to be in the
but our social life is the worst.
JT, you had your worst social life. You had your moment of shine. This is our time to run.
Go to hell. It's still my time. Go to hell.
The commander-in-chief is still a boomer, man. So stop.
Hey, man,
he's a boomer. He's the one messing us up. Old boomer.
That's some funny shit. You know, either man is crazy, man. So anyway, but I took a modicum of truth with everything that was said in terms of you can't just say dick disciplines. It's like if you don't say anything else, that just sounds like abstinence. Just
yeah.
Anyway, that was a good one. So what's next, James?
All right,
we ain't even got to the subject. We just
this is the subject. All of this shit is the subject. So now we have a problem with, and this is the thing with men, right? We for a while we've been having a problem with this whole thing. Remember when I don't know, Facebook was out for a minute, but remember when these women were on this whole thing of Father's Day, I'm the mother and the father, happy Father's Day to me and all that shit. And so the craziest part was that it started to be when men started to speak out, and we like, nah, black men, especially was like, nah, we are actually the fathers that are actually what everybody else should be, right? Black men. And I have to say this, millennials, I have to say this, millennials actually are the ones that are doing the father thing. For it's a multitude of reasons why, but I can honestly say that when the millennials actually had the children, regardless of what it was, they started to actually be in those kids' life, whether they with the woman or not. The problem we have. Oh, go ahead, Proton.
I challenge you to find me a clip of a woman of another culture, not black, that says she's the mother and the father.
You're not going to see it.
So why you just say?
I said blacks.
It's blacks only. It's blacks only, because a white woman not saying she the mother and the father, a Latino woman not saying she the mother and the father. It's only black culture saying that.
I can concede to that. But so let's keep it where black folks, right? So this is the problem that we have, and this is just pointing to this video we have right now. My man, I can't remember his name, but he's up and coming right now, where he's going to be talking about how women still want to impede on the celebration between men and their daughters. And I'm going to go ahead and just play it there, and then we'll talk about it right after this.
My baby girl, Brooklyn, she's in 3rd grade right now. They have the daddy-daughter dance every year, right? And this is something that me and my daughter looked forward to. Last year, they had the denim and diamonds. The year before that, they had the pink and red, and I forgot what they had the year before that, but we be killing it. Me and my daughter always go best dressed. Apparently, a group of single moms, 2 lesbians, who are raising a girl or 2 together. They spearheaded the whole shit. They're mad because they have nothing to attend for their daughters, so they want to fucking ambush the daddy-daughter dance. Why can't you just do your own thing? Why can't you have a separate thing? Why do you have to impose on our shit, dumbing down our fucking life? These bitches got some nerve to run up in there talking about, oh, we want to do the daddy-daughter dance too, as if you're benefiting the daughter. You know what? This is self-glorification. Self-gratification. You want to make yourself look good, because right now you're embarrassing your daughters. Your daughters are going to look and say, where's my daddy? Why my daddy's not here? You think you're doing your daughters a favor. You're standing up for some fucking rights. You are not a father. You can never replace a father. I don't care how butchy you are. The reason why the daddy-daughter dance exists is so fathers can traditionally court our daughters and give them an impression on how men are supposed to treat them when they get older. So when they get older and they decide to date a man and become a wife and become somebody's mother, they know how to be treated by a man. That's why the schools do these things. And you bitches with no daddies around want to fuck it up for the daughters. You're being unfair. And what y'all do is y'all bully and y'all scream and y'all yell and y'all force the hand of the PTA Now my fucking daddy-daughter dance has been invaded by angry fucking women. It's not our fault that you chose to eat pussy and bond with a woman. It's not our fault that you had a deadbeat dad that's not there. Or you got a divorce. If it's a daddy-daughter dance and it's not a man to be in your stead for your daughter, then your kid can't go to the daddy-daughter dance. Period. What if I tell my daughter to do that? Nah. You don't got no daddy. What if I do that? What if I tell my daughter? I'm wrong?
Well, JT, let me tell you this. You know what? Listen, this example notwithstanding, there is no space that a man is in that women don't want to invade. None. Everywhere. If there's something for men, like for example, the Boy Scouts, there's no longer a Boy Scout. They call them scouting something, but there's still a Girl Scout, but there's no longer a Boy Scout. So there's no space. Now, we had a conversation that women need men before, whether they like it or not. They always want to be in men's spaces. And so this daddy-daughter dance, the issue is men who still want to do that daddy-daughter dance, maybe you can't use the school, but you certainly can have one on your own in a private setting. You know what I'm saying? Just got to get enough fathers together to do it.
Yeah.
You know, so and make your own, and when you use your own money, then that bullshit that those lesbians were saying won't work, because when you use public funds, it's hard to exclude anybody. You know. So anyway, but he's right. I agree with him. I mean, it's a horrible thing, but it's everywhere. It's pervasive in everything we do in sports. Now, I remember when the female sports writers forced to go into the male locker room so they can see their dicks hanging out. So they can say, and under the goddamn guys that we need them fresh and raw right after the game. But men can't go into a female's locker room. Most of us don't want to go into no smelly ass girl's locker room, by the way, after a game. I know I don't want to go in there and shit. But for the fact is, the opposite is not true. But women always invade men's spaces. Always. Anyway, I'll end it there. So this is not unusual.
Hey Frank, you got something, man? I ain't heard nothing from you, man.
Hey,
what
man.
you got to add to it?
Hey, hey man, my bad. I showed up late, man. So I'm just chilling.
That's cool.
Yeah, man. I agree. I agree with R-Pain. As far as the invading of space. I mean, this is, man, it's literally the same shit of everything that goes on in this world, man. If you think about go back, civil rights, feminism took over, and black women started holding that shit up and being at the forefront of that. Then after just more rights. Now we got more rights for, and became gay and lesbian, LGBTQ, whatever, they got the whole alphabet. And then after that, now it's trans rights, Asian rights, all, like literally, bro. So they do that shit in every realm. And yeah, man, I agree. You should just if you're doing it through the school, that they're gonna, through a school or something like that, they're more liable to make it and something inclusive. So if it is some lesbian women there who feel like, man, well, my child don't have a father, but I'm the father because me and her mom are together, and she called me dad, they call me dad, and they call her mom, like, what I'm saying, then the school is more likely to be like, we gotta do this, because it could be some legal ramifications or some shit, you know what I'm saying? Because they could say that we didn't allow them into the school, or we didn't allow them in, and they're a lesbian couple and all of this. So I don't know, but yeah, that's a wild situation. I don't even know why a woman would even want to be in there when most women who date women have problems dating women.
Right.
You like if you think, you know what I'm saying? Like, really, if you really think about that, they have higher divorce rates, they have higher higher DV rates, you know what I'm saying, than us. And how many butch females do y'all see coming out now making videos talking about oh man, after my last relationship with that girl, man, I'm telling you, I'm thinking about going back to the other side. Or, you know what I'm saying? But then they would, but they wanted to feel like they were us for so long. And oh well, my shit don't go down though. My shit don't go down though. Like I can give her 20 rounds if I want. Like,
damn.
But now, right? But now you like, oh, okay, but I gotta pay the bills because she treated me like the man. like now, I'm the one who gotta hold the house down because she treated me like a man. And when women say, oh, well, we either one of us can get up and go to the door. You know what I'm saying? When somebody because we got guns, but now both.
Like, bitch, you know, I went last time.
Yeah, now neither one of y'all want to get up. You know what I'm saying? So it's just they don't know what they want. You know what I'm saying? They don't know what they want, man. So yeah, that's what I gotta say about that. What you gotta say, Coach?
Listen, man, I'm gonna speak from when I see some of these videos, sometimes I just try to relate to my own experience or experiences when I've actually helped people in these type of experiences. So a daddy-daughter dance, imagery for a kid is everything. It's a daddy-daughter dance. Even a father, son, daughter, father, daughter. But like Frank alluded to, and they want to be in our spaces. Our brain said it earlier. They want to be in our spaces. And this is the one, these moments like this could make or break a daughter also. And this is why I'm going to speak for the fellas. Listen, if you got a small kid, fellas, I'm going to tell you, and you having problems with a woman, right? So I'm going to give you some secrets while I help. If this woman is on any type of free government assistance, I mean, not for any Section 8 housing and you live with her, that's a way. Listen, I need some benefits for my baby. If you got an upcoming court appointment, write these things down. I want to be able to visit my baby's school during special occasions. I want my name on the school list. I want to be able to attend my baby's doctor's appointments, medical appointments. And brothers, you can't make the list and then you too busy to go to those appointments, but you ain't too busy to sit around your funky breath buddies and play the video game. Go take care of business, then come back and relax. If you don't really owe nothing, demand that you be able to file income tax every other year because that's all they gonna give you. And if you do owe, just pay it on the salary that you own. Think about it as your baby. You want to be able to have a relationship with your baby early as possible, and you won't have these problems, especially if this is the modern man. The modern man have to avoid a little bit more than us Gen Xers did since we did so bad. Do it a little different. And I'm just speaking from a place of love because this is something that can set you generations ahead in your own life. So these women do these things. You have to take a stance when it comes to everything, man. Things like that could change your life. It'll change your sons and daughters' life because if they know you will show up for them, if they play sports and your ass couldn't play, show up anyway. Let you be the loudest, but be professional about it. It changes lives, I'm trying to tell you, man, and it doesn't take that long. It can be a transformation in 3 to 5 years. But again, I could be just talking, but go walk it and come back and tell me that I was lying. They ain't failed nobody yet. So
this is my problem with you Gen Xers, yo.
Shit, y'all better live that life.
It's that executive vice that I can't stand. It's like that. You just told men to be weak. That's what I heard, man. Like
told men to be weak.
Yeah, man. Concede to a woman and let her run the show.
How'd I say be weak?
Because you're like, yeah, pay your child support. And
yeah, if you own it, you got to pay it. You can't avoid it. The government go come back.
This is what I wish a Gen Xer would have told me, and this is what I actually did.
But you're a grown man, so I'm speaking to the younger man.
Listen, though, this is when I was young. I became a father at 22. You know what I'm saying? When I was 22, I had a neighbor, white lady. She was a lawyer. She pulled me aside. I used to cut her grass. She's like, "Hey, you got a baby on the way?" I was like, "Yeah." She's like, "Oh, you married?" I'm like, "No." And she's like, "Oh, you better get custody of that baby. I'll help you." and it's this white lady who put the bug in my ear to get custody of my kids, my older kids. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I did. And hearing it from Gen Xers though, y'all wouldn't tell a young man to get custody of his kids. All y'all hear
hold up, brother.
Is pay your child support. Don't,
but
you know, blah, blah, blah,
yes.
blah. But no,
but here's the thing, brother.
Men gotta get control.
Brother, what you got from that lawyer at that time was one of the greatest nuggets any brother would have got. Brothers wasn't getting those nuggets from nobody. If a lawyer would have told brothers, if a lawyer would have came to the high school and said, brothers, if you have a child, get custody, every brother will have custody of their child.
No, y'all won't, because y'all don't believe y'all can do it.
And you know what?
Why we don't believe we can do it?
When I mention it, everybody be like, "Oh, but the court ain't gonna let you win. The court won't let you win. This and that. You're gonna lose the case." Brothers don't even fight for their kids to get custody of the kids.
It's not the court. It's not the court. Even the lead attorney was even the lead attorney was on here saying why most guys, even coming out of a marriage or just trying to get custody of their kids, and I have custody of my daughter, so I understand. But I'm just saying, most times if you get a lawyer, you're going to be coming out about $15K. So most dudes don't just have that. So most people, free. You
knew a lawyer. She was
yeah, bro. Like everybody don't got a lawyer living next door to them. Like that's not the reality of most people. But I get what you're saying because I fought for my daughter too. So I get what you're saying.
You fought, you won, right?
In my case is not the norm is what I'm saying.
I just say most guys aren't fighting, and it could be more of a norm if we fight. Instead of conceding to with the you go to the adjuster and the adjuster be like, oh no, pay this, pay that. No, you see the judge, you lay out your paperwork, you plead your case in front of the judge. You make sure you get you file for what's it called when you say they're yours. But it's after the test or whatever.
So in some states it's legitimacy.
Yeah, you got to get them legitimized, and you know what I'm saying. You get them. DNA. I'm in Georgia, so I had to go through the legitimization process. You know what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. So once you do all that, you make sure you fight for them kids though, so you're not on child support. You know what I'm saying. So you're not living, and you can have complete control over how your kids are being raised, what they're being fed. Who's putting into them? You got complete control over that, and that's what you want, man.
But prototype. Here's the catch-22 though. You said it several times. You've been a visionary person about your life all the time. A lot of brothers will feel that a lot of brothers will believe that they cannot raise that child because they were not raised properly. A lot of brothers will give in to that. Me and you are saying the same thing. You just took it a step further. Yes. So you have to be active in that process early as possible, but write those things down so you won't have to speak. Ain't no brother got $15,000 to go and fight for a child that he know look like him. He know it's his child.
You don't need $15,000. You have the same right to fight for those kids as she do, and it don't take all that. Yeah, you just gotta be a better parent. Like most times, the men are the better parent. You just gotta want that. Like
we're just talking about in the case. So most times, whatever, if you go, most times you gotta prove that woman is unfit to be a parent for you to get your child. Yes. That's more times than not. You don't just go to court. And
it's not an unfit thing,
bro. I did it too. How are you? Like, listen, bro. We have different experiences, and we both done it. You can't tell me you can't tell me that that's not the case. And I also used to work with kids in group homes. Like you can't tell me that that's not the case. More times than not. Like you got to step outside of you, dog. More times than not, you have to prove that woman is unfit to be a parent. You have to show that you, like me, I had to even show that I made enough more money and enough money to be able to sustain my child's life. Like these are all things
that's not hard to do.
But you.
No, I get. Listen. It's going to get frustrating. Let me, bro. No. It's because for one, If we all in different states, it's a whole different thing. We all do have different experiences. I give you that. This is where I agree again with Prototype. But I got a little pushback. The whole thing with men is like not fighting and they're not doing what they're supposed to do to get in their kids' life the way that they need to get in there and not without acquiescing with the woman. The only pushback I got is that was not the Gen X's doing, right? It was what was embedded in us because we had the boomers, our parents, right? That were boomers. And matter of fact, your parents are boomers too, right?
Mine was silent.
Your parents ain't boomers, Prototype?
My parents are Gen Xers.
Prototype old as hell, man.
Right. So this is the thing. I remember when I was going through it. And I just remember the older cats was like, it's cheaper to keep her, right? You have to listen. Just, you're gonna have to pay your child support. That's just what the system is. They knew nothing about the fucking system, and it frustrated the fuck out of me. I was mad because all I kept hearing was these men telling me that I have to acquiesce. Well, you know what you got to do. You got to go over there. You got to try to get her to do this, and you got to be nice to her and all this shit. And it was frustrating me. And then I had the dudes that was my counterparts that were doing. They were scared as shit. Most of the dudes that was in my generation was scared to even go to a motherfucking court. Being in Detroit, now I was a little bit different because I left and I came back to Michigan at least, right? But these niggas are scared. You know why? Because they wasn't getting their life together. Half of these niggas got goddamn bullshit ass warrants, bench warrants and shit. Licenses, they driving with bold plates. You know what I'm saying? Crazy ass shit. So when they do get a case, they ain't trying to go to the damn court. They like, as soon as I go in there, chances are I'm going to get arrested on the bench warrant that I have for this bullshit. So they ain't even trying to do it. Then you have the other guys that have that defeatist mentality, right? And then they put that same defeatist mentality onto the next one and then the next generation. This is the reason why I would say, no, man, the millennials was something different, right? Because we had motherfuckers that told us there was nothing we can do. Now imagine, in Michigan, we don't have the law that talks about legitimizing, right? So imagine if Michigan had that, or what's another state that don't have? I think Illinois don't have that. But that's some crazy shit just to hear in Georgia. I just found out about this probably a year ago. Legitimizing? Yeah, that shit is wow.
That's an old foster care term, JT.
But what happens though is that instead of our people telling us that there's nothing you can do about it, there should have been a bunch of men. We got fucking men that are lawyers that were going through the same fucking thing. And none of these motherfuckers sat back and said, we need to get a group together to protest. And it still ain't being done. What they ended up doing, if you go and look right now, and this is nationwide, for people to help men on child support and all this crazy ass shit, man, that shit is a minimum of $10,000. You don't need $10,000 to do that shit. You need the wherewithal, because the only thing they're going to do is everything that you can do. This is where I'm like, nah, I hear what Prototype is saying, because nationwide, you had a lot of men that were defeated. They were just defeated, man. Because again, going to what Frank was saying, man, this shit is hard as fuck. Going through these goddamn courts and shit like that. We all understand it. We all know it. The thing is that we have to move a little bit different. This is where it gets to the point where young folks have to listen to old folks have to listen to young folks. And that's one of the things where I'm like, nah, I'm going to listen to the young folks, because these are the ones that are saying, nope, I went to that court, I did this. Hearing what they had to go through. Matter of fact, they got court online right now. You can go on YouTube, man. They got it online right now. And you see men are fighting against the shit now. Only thing we have to do now is that, even though I ain't paying no child support and nothing like that, Right. But I don't want to be, because I'm out of it, where I'm not vigilant on the next generation that have to deal with this shit. Man, this shit is crazy. Do you know, I'm gonna let you go, Frank, but do you know there are motherfuckers right now that's 60 and 70 years old, bro?
Still paying child support.
They got a arrearage of $200,000 to $1 million. Not because they were trying to pay, they were avoiding it. And this ain't like motherfuckers was sitting there paying $6,000 a month. These niggas are paying $50 a motherfucking week. So it does get to the point of being defeated, feeling defeated, and not going in there and handling your business. It's gonna be hard as fuck. The shit, ain't nobody gonna tell you that it ain't. But that ain't a reason for you not to fight.
Agreed.
It's
hard. Frank, it's definitely hard.
Yeah. This is what I was gonna say, JT. This is all I was gonna say. This is why I was saying, like, don't tell people it's easy. This is the only reason why I was saying that. Because even if you look, so I live in Colorado, it's a 50-50 state. All right. So that means that one person gets the child, I think it's like a few more days more than the other parent during the year. And it stays that way consistently. The person who gets the kid, those 4 or 5 more days is the person who get the child support. So it's like it, you know what I'm saying? So like it does not matter. It matters if you go fight. I'm not saying
like Michigan too. Yeah, but Colorado, Michigan is close. Yeah, right.
So I'm not saying it doesn't matter if you go fight. I'm saying like I don't feel like the only thing I don't feel like Coach Ferg was saying be weak. I don't feel like he was saying acquiesce. Because even in a 50-50 state, if you fight for your kid, they're going to be like, okay, bet we're going to split time. Boom, you get the time. But then, okay, let's check out the wages. Okay, you're making this much. You're making this much. All right, well, you're going to have them the 4 more days. You're going to have them the 4 less days, and you're going to pay the child support. Like, that's how it's going to come down majority of the time anyway. That's why now if
jugular.
Huh?
You gotta go for full custody. You gotta go for the jugular. You can't. I'm not talking about partial or nothing. I'm talking about full jugular custody.
But that's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying. In a 50-50 state, they're not taking the kids. They're not granting you full custody when the other parent is still a viable parent. They're not giving you full custody if that parent is still an active parent. They're not doing that. They're not going to say, all right, well, you're just the custodial parent. I mean, you're the full parent. You're getting full custody. If that parent is there and she is still active, she's still a good mom, she's still holding it down. Like I got lucky in my situation because my daughter mom does not live here, but I knew that the state law said that whatever state that kid was in for majority of the year, the kid belongs to that state if they're under 18. And because I was lucky enough to get somebody who helped me out with that at the courthouse, that's why I said, like, I was lucky enough to get somebody who knew, and my daughter went to school here, so she was here for 10 months. And so my daughter mom tried to take her back. The courts was like, no, like you have to send her back and you have to fight for her. Now she had to prove that I was unfit.
Right.
For them to say, okay, you get her. But she couldn't prove that I was unfit based off of everything, the money I was making, pictures submitted, like all of this type. She couldn't prove it.
Yeah.
And so that's all that I'm saying. Like, and if you think it, I'm not saying you, I'm talking to people out there. Listen, bro, you're going to have to prove in most cases that parent is not fit to be a parent for you to get just full on custody, especially depending on the state that you live in. That's all that I was saying.
And to the whole thing, and Prototype, you're correct in a sense. That's what I'm saying. It's amazing, how a lot of this is really tied in together. Because most states, by default, if you're not married to the mother defaults get the primary custody just by default, especially at birth and all of that. Right now, if you have something, and this is where some young folk listen to some of us little ugly ass old folks. we have been through experiences, and and a lot of us have been through similar experiences, just in a different time. And we can't say what the exact remedy would be for your time and your situation, but we can give you a situation to say, hey, try A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and you might have from H, I all the way to Z based off your time, because laws change from year to year, decade to decade. So now we're in a time where young men are a lot more aware of their rights. And you have to use the law to your advantage, because you don't have to go and this is what you say. If you got a law school in your state, you can contact the law school. They ain't gonna give you the advice, but they can help you write those things out. That's why I say a lot of brothers can't articulate how to do that. If you can write those things out and have good understanding of the laws, then you have a better chance without losing your money, because you're talking $3,000 to $10,000 that could go to your child's schooling that could benefit the child. And mothers know this. I've seen mothers who've been making $50,000, $60,000. When they realized that they made $200 more, guess what they did? They quit working full-time jobs just so they can say they won up on the man. So I tell my son, if he has a child out of wedlock, he's going to suffer. He's going to suffer. I'm not going to pay it. I'll take care of I'll play with the grandbaby, feed it all kinds of sugar, bad products and shit, send him on back home because he ain't listen. But but for brothers who are already here in the situation, Prototype, I agree with you. If a brother's on his purpose and he wants to be a great father to the child, forget for everybody else, for your child. If you can focus on your child, learn the laws on how you can be more actively engaged. Because if y'all 10 blocks away, you know what school she go to. Y'all went to the same little slow ass school. She's smarter than you. He's smarter than you. Just put yourself in position to where you can be there as much as possible and have those conversations with your children, because children are very smart, and eventually they'll see, damn, mama ain't doing nothing but fucking shit up. I want to go, you know what I'm saying? Because most states at 12 or 13, the child also has consent.
Hey, Ferg, you said something that was real good, real quick. Well, you said that maybe you could look at universities for law students who might be looking for extra credit or some kind of thing to give people some insight in the courtroom. Maybe they can't be a lawyer, but you could slide a few of those students a few dollars to get you that information. That's not a bad thing to say for men to understand.
But that's why I did this for the last 15, 20 years. I used to tell the guys, like you said, I give them the bad consequence that can happen. Now, you can be cool and do this, but if you do choose to move a certain way, I used to walk them down the whole system, man. I would make them go read it. I would make them take notes. And you know what I'm saying? So I work with guys who've had 3 or 4 children, 3 or 4 baby mamas, and they couldn't figure out how to do it. I told them, first of all, you can't run from it. You got to face it while you're young. You're going to be locked in at a salary in 2008. Now it's 2025. With inflation and skills, your income will go up. So now the money start to circle back to you. So when the child turns 18, you're 35, 36 years old. You ain't made no more children. You're getting all your money in your check. You're a little saving a little more. You can invest. You're still not fighting behind the 8 ball because it sets brothers back. I know a guy, it's my last thing. Like JT said, what'd you say, from 200 to 200,000? Could you imagine being 35 years old, got $100,000 child support, and you ain't got a steady job? Because when you turn, look, the way the enforcement is, they'll come lock you up at some point because it becomes a federal crime, and you'll never you return it. If you go into retirement age, you'll never get that return back because they're going to take all your little.
You can never have a damn account because every time you get an account, they're going to garnish it. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot that goes to it, but it goes back to here, full circle. And I'm glad that we got to this point right here. What we were talking about earlier, Frank, was you can call it dick discipline of your emotions. Whatever it is, you better start vetting, goddammit. You better do the total opposite of what's been done before you. You know why? Because you're going to end up with this shit right here.
Young kids alone in the house for 4 years.
Everybody's upset about it. Like, oh my God, this is right in our neighborhood.
Apparently, this woman, her landlord, stopped getting rent and hearing from her, so he called 911 for a welfare check.
Had no idea that there were kids there, let alone kids in grave situation.
3 children were inside, trash piled up, poop everywhere. The kids said that their mother left them there since at least 2021.
They had difficulty walking because their toenails were so long.
A despicable discovery, and the Shade Room is digging. Her Facebook post that's got people on social media on 10.
I'm Justin Carter. This is TSR Investigates. It doesn't get lower than this. It was Valentine's Day, a day to celebrate love. But it turned into a day of horror in Pontiac, Michigan, which is a suburb of Detroit. It was horror that a 15-year-old boy, a 13-year-old girl, and a 12-year-old girl had been living for years. This was their normal. We're blurring out some parts, but you can see the bathroom overtaken by trash, mold, and feces. The girls, they slept on pizza boxes. They had not seen the light of day since about 2020 or 2021. But how? Where were the neighbors? Where was the school district? Their extended family members? Questions that we're getting down to the bottom of.
So, this is the thing. That woman had 4 children. One of them was taken from her by, guess who? Their father, his father. I actually know the guy that actually took his child from her. That woman was deplorable. That right there, and if you don't know what Pontiac looks like, for one, it's 20-mile radius. 20 square miles. You know how small that is? It's very small. That motherfucker said that Pontiac is the suburbs of Detroit. No. Pontiac is about 33 miles away from Detroit, so it doesn't border, because people kept saying it borders Detroit. No, it doesn't. It actually is in the center of all the suburbs. Technically, it would be considered a suburb, but it's not. It's kind of like inner city or something like that. You know what I'm saying? I got family stay in Pontiac. Well, yeah, I got family still stay in Pontiac. And the thing is this. That woman, like everybody in Pontiac know each other. It was crazy because I was like, I bet you I know somebody that know her. And sure enough, I knew somebody that knew her. That woman did not see her kids for 3+ years. Damn near 4 years. She kept coming by and dropping off items for the house, but she never went inside the house. This shit is crazy as hell. How do this shit get to that point? I can tell you, because Pontiac is like if you come to Michigan, Pontiac is kind of like it's like in the middle, like it's people that's from Detroit. They ain't never even visit. The majority of people that live in Detroit never went to Pontiac. Majority of people that lived in other cities that surround it never went to Pontiac. They know nothing about, unless you got family members in Pontiac, or back in the day when the Silverdome, when you wanted to go see the football game, that's where it used to be for the Detroit Lions. But other than that, it made it very easy for her to be able to do what she did, because she just, stayed away from other people. That was it. But to be the man that have given that woman children, this is that whole fuck those kids type of thing that we have. Now, this is the craziest part about that story. That may not even be the worst story, y'all. I guarantee that's probably far from the worst story. At the same time, in Detroit, we had the woman that had 3 children. 2 of them died. And her mama had 2 children that was in that car with them and all that other stuff. It's going to be a very bad thing for women because they're not the only ones. This is what I was trying to tell Eda Man. There are people that's living in these inner cities and they're staying in spots that look worse than third world countries. I don't care what nobody say. I see them. You be around them. That's why I said, if you know somebody that if they have a TV, they still watching TVs with tubes. You know what you got to do? How to convert a TV to even watch anything? Because there's no more snow. Remember that? We used to call it snow in the screen. They did it for a reason. You got people that's still warming up their houses with their stoves. In Michigan, this is when we have the largest fires, right? You got people that got kerosene heaters still in there. You got people do anything that they can to stay warm. This is what we have to deal with. One of the reasons is because we don't have families. The way that Detroit used to be, I don't care if you was poor, you always still have family that you can still borrow some sugar from. That you can still, people they shared with each other. Ain't nobody sharing with each other no more. Ain't nobody sitting here and being involved in other people's lives anymore. That damn COVID-19 fucked a lot of shit up, bro. You got a lot of people, not even just the children, the elderly. You got elderly people being found in their apartments and in their homes, man, decomposed because nobody cares about these folks anymore. How does that happen? I can tell you. We ain't complete. We're not using discipline. We're not vetting. We're not doing, we sit back and talk about fucking dating and all this shit as if it's just recreational. That's bullshit to me. If that was the case, then you would have a bunch of people to say, fuck dating. They come out and why is it that the people have to feel the need that they need somebody? That we should be able to talk about these type of things. But then when they get the person, they don't want to deal with it the way that they want to. We got a set of rules. No matter how you look at it, through tradition, some people go by the Bible, some people go by, what other people said. It's motherfuckers that's just doing shit on what they think that's, what makes them feel good. And they're losing. And more people are going to keep losing. This is what we was talking about before shout out to my girl, The Real Precious. When we kept saying it's wintertime. But look who's the losers now. The children. The children. There's no way that you can sit back and tell me that these women care anything about these kids. We've been talking about this shit for a very long time, y'all. When we used to say that, women don't care nothing about kids. How could you say that? They're the most nurturing. And then they would sit back and gaslight it. Men are not nurturing. Y'all don't understand. Women this and women that. Explain these things that's happening right now. In 1 week, we're talking about anywhere from Michigan, Illinois, Wisconsin, New York, even down south. Kids are being neglected and abused at an alarming rate. The motherfuckers acting like ain't nothing happening. It's right in our face, and motherfuckers still acting like it ain't nothing happening. I mean, anyway, y'all, somebody else can, y'all can answer.
That's a tragic story, but it's not a secret that the number one child abuse perpetrator is a woman, not just a black woman, but it's women. It's not men. It's women. So, and there's statistics on that, I believe. So, you can go look it up. Anyway, so what else you gonna say? The one father you said that was attuned to that woman fought for his son. I don't know what he had to do.
Yes,
but what about the judge who understood, who gave one kid to the natural father. I would imagine these kids had different fathers, but that judge didn't protect the kids, even though he or she knew that she wasn't a fit mother. She sent that judge sent all those kids to live with a monster. And so she had to know. Well, he had to know. Whoever the judge was had to know.
You talking about as far as like the family court judge?
Yeah, I mean, if you knew,
no doubt.
Right? I don't know if that kid that got saved was the oldest, the middle, whatever.
The one that did get saved. Yeah, it was a lot. I mean, my man had to go.
I mean, it's fair to say that the judge
had to still go through the
more than one kid.
Right. So that's why if you seen when she got put in when she's in jail right now. And so that judge made sure that she wasn't going to get out because the judge is like, okay, the judge herself didn't know. She's like, I don't know where the kids are. I know they were family members, but I don't want her to get out and, intimidate these kids or do whatever she need to do. So the judge set a bail for $250 million to make sure. Yeah. $250 million.
Yeah.
Cash. Cash.
Yeah. But see, this is the dynamic what I've been saying, what I've seen, right? This is the feminist ideology sort of. It's going to be a slow process, but I believe these things will turn into Brother Prototype's favor. I think more brothers will have an opportunity and Brother Frank, to get control of their children and be that nurturing piece that a lot of brothers, Prototype, claim that they did not get at that time from us. And you know what I'm saying? I think, again, it's an unfortunate situation. This is where the laws have been set for the last 40, 50 years as it pertains to men, and particularly black men, because I've seen so many brothers destroyed because of it. I've seen so many women destroyed because of it. And most of all, I've seen so many young men and young women destroyed because of it. So the fact that they're holding these women accountable, and these things have always happened, but the finger wasn't pointed at the women long as we was democratic and the feminist mindset was speaking. Now, what did they say last year? Last year was the year of what? Exposure. This year is the year of truth. So people who refuse to live in the truth, and women go around thinking that, they shit don't stink when it's smelling from across the street, they're going to lose out. Brothers, we have no choice but to live in the truth. Live in your truth, protect your truth, and nurture your truth. The shit is life changing. I can promise you. Do that shit for 4 years. Your kids will be smarter than you. Their kids will be smarter than you. And you can be the protector.
Most definitely.
I think women are generally nurturing as long as they're under a man's protection, covering. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of times women get overwhelmed, you know what I'm saying? And a man got to beat her to be like, hey, don't talk to my sons like that. Don't treat my daughter like that. You know what I'm saying? But when they don't have them bounds on them, they get out of hand, man. And that relationship can become really toxic. You know what I'm saying? In a lot of different ways. It's like they lack the balance of how to, you know what I'm saying? They either give them too much or not enough. And them kids end up either being dysfunctional in some shape, form, or fashion. You know what I'm saying? But maybe, you ever think it's like probably the lack of the, because men get the X and the Y. We have that's the balance, and they don't.
I think there's something that's to that. Most definitely myself. I personally think that.
Explain that a little bit, because I'm a little slow. What did you say? I don't think I heard you all the way.
He said the women's defective.
No, right.
Say it, Prototype. Say it.
I'm saying that they need guardrails. You know what I'm saying?
But the The greatest guardrail any young man can have is the father's mind.
That's what I'm saying. The men are the guardrails in the parenting realm, like, you know what I'm saying? Because women either give too much or not enough, right? Like, you ever see like a woman trying to raise a boy, either she's either too nurturing, or she's like punches the little boy in the chest, or
she's
like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no balance.
There's they like the balance. You know what I'm saying? I was saying I don't know, maybe they like the balance because they only have they only have the Y or something like that, and men have the X and Y, so we're the balance, and they lack it. You know what I'm saying? But no, I see women need that kind of guy, and that's what they're screaming. They screaming for it. They want us to have.
Funny that
they
you
need us
mentioned that
to
prototype.
Yeah.
About the talent. You're funny because you immediately came to mind. It was Crawford, the boxer. His mother was a monster, and she turned him into a boxer. She used to throw him out in the street to fight. I mean, just some of the story about her. I mean, sit down there in the face of this guy's success. She's still a monster. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Oh, I seen that. Yeah.
But yeah. So sometimes they're either too mothering or they're just like,
complete wow with it. Like, you know what I'm saying? They like balance, and especially when it comes to raising boys, it's like their idea of a man is so incomplete of what we actually are.
Absolutely.
She's not now our pain, but she was back in the day.
She's the money softened up.
She's not now. Like that's my family. She's not now, but
you that's right. You do look like her, man. That's your cousin, huh?
No, we've been knowing each other for 20 years, man.
Is that right? All right. So okay, she's softened up. I mean, I was looking at an old clip, man, of her talking. So unbelievable. But I know he gives everything he has back to the family, I'm sure.
Yeah, he does, man. He does.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah,
anyway, but I do. You know what I was gonna?
Yeah, that does.
Yeah, I was gonna speak to something that Proto said, because I feel like, and Arpain, matter of fact, yeah, man, yeah. What what is it when Prototype said, women get overwhelmed. You know what I'm saying? Like, when I was just thinking about that, and then when you said the Crawford thing, like, it just made me think, like, damn, like, because when I was growing up, bro, it was the same, man. Like, it literally just, like, my mom would just, like, straight up, bro. You be what? As soon as you done that, boom, right in the chest. You know what I'm saying? Because my dad wasn't there, so my mom's there.
She trying to figure out how to turn you into a man, and she don't necessarily know how to do it.
Yeah, and so she was definitely trying to tough it, like making sure like I was tough. You know what I'm saying? Just all that type of stuff, man. And so I think there was definitely times that she went overboard. You know what I'm saying? But as I got older, I realized what she was trying to do. You know what I'm saying? But that shit did push me straight to the streets, though. You know what I'm saying?
Straight to it.
And it pushed
you
me
would go outside
with
a vengeful, like my mom just beat me. I'm gonna knock somebody out outside.
No, not even that. I just
anybody
was like,
owe me money.
Anytime
I got a beat from my mom slide like I dare somebody.
I was like, bro, I'm already off the porch, man. My uncle, you know what I'm saying? My uncle had me in the like I was in the shit. So I just was like, man, like I'd rather be out here than in that damn house.
Fred could have been the other way. Suppose she was so dainty, but on the other side where the boys are so soft, man, they can't even cope with being men.
And you walking around with a glitter headband on, doing splits and shit.
Hey, you, man. I'm on your ass, man.
He doing what, JT?
High kicks and shit.
What was that shit where Bernie Mac Remember his nephew?
Yeah. He had to toughen his ass up. Yeah.
But remember he was.
Man, he couldn't tell those jokes today.
Remember on the show he was doing the other way. It was like he was twirling the baton.
The baton, yeah. He was doing everything other than he didn't want to play sports. He didn't want to do none of that.
You know, maybe up until now, maybe he could bring back, but he couldn't do those jokes today.
Pause.
He could not do those. Maybe not today. Maybe now today. But like a couple of months ago, no way.
Yeah. And then he said a pump come downstairs.
I want the milk and
cookies. I was him there. He used to call him. He said him there. You know. Oh man, that shit. Wow, man.
That's just crazy because personally, I can't even imagine my mom trying to even fortify me in that sense because it was just all my father. You know what I'm saying? When it came down to that, like all the sports, all of even fighting. Like my father was one of those fathers that was, if I told him that, you know, I got some problems with somebody in the neighborhood or whatever, he find out what's going on. He be like, did you whoop his ass? Like, no, basically I was telling him the beef is still on. He's like, let's go around that end. Right? Because my father didn't look at it as, I'm gonna whoop your ass if you jumped on my son. It was kind of like a lesson that he was giving me. No, you gonna have to, if that motherfucker want to fight you, he ain't gonna stop fucking with you until you give him a reason to stop fucking with you. So let's go over there, let's get this shit popping. And that was just how my father was. He was just like, look, and he'd tell everybody. I remember me and my brother, we had got into a fight, man. It was just us two and it was 6 other dudes, right? It wasn't like they stumped us out or nothing like that, but shit, we couldn't fight all them niggas, so they chased us home pretty much. We was fighting, but can't hold the motherfucker. And my father was outside, just happened to be cutting the grass.
Like, yeah, it's on now, man.
Right, so, he was like, no, it ain't gonna be no jumping on my boys, right? He like, so whoever want to fight, you gonna fight. And it was just funny because I'm looking at him like, I don't want to fight no more. I'm out of breath from running. We done ran 7 blocks from these niggas. Let's try to fight them off of us.
Nigga fight.
But man, I remember that time my father was like, you can whoop his ass. That boy ain't shit. He lighting the ass. Whoop his ass. He was like, if anybody jump in and I'm gonna fuck you up. It was kind of like that type of shit. And the way they looked at older men back then was like, you know what I'm saying? It's an older man saying stuff. Now, you fucking around, get cut, you get shot, fucking around with these YNs now. Man, it was me and one dude. We fought this dude named Dave because we ended up being cool as hell.
Yes.
But I put the damn 1-2 on Dave. Dave didn't want to fight. That his brother wanted, because his brother was trying not to. You know how somebody like, no, he jumping on my brother. He just want to jump in. My father like, don't do it. So then his brother fought my brother. My brother did the same thing. And then my father, this was the dopest thing he did. He said, now everybody get up. But he was like, y'all shake hands. Yeah.
He squashed
y'all shake hands. And we ended up being cool. We played football together. We played basketball together. Wasn't nobody out there still beefed out or nothing like that. It was what it was. Now, me and the dude, Dave, like a year later, we ended up getting into it, but it wasn't as bad as it was at the beginning, right? Because we was playing basketball or something. And me and him got to arguing, and boom, we you know what I'm saying? I pieced him up, he pieced me up. It wasn't even nobody winning. I thought I lost. He thought he lost. And then we ended up being cool. We, 16, 17 years old, 18 years old, we all cool now. But it ain't like that in a lot of neighborhoods. You know what I'm saying?
Not anymore.
Not anymore, JT.
Yeah,
not anymore. It was like that because if you think about it, think about this. Where else did you see a scene similar to your life? It was a movie that came out, and they said that was the worst thing ever.
Yeah.
The Jackson movie. Remember the Jackson movie when he made them fight?
Yep.
And that's what I'm saying. The father brings the greatest courage and confidence to his child.
My mama didn't know nothing. Yeah, my mama didn't know nothing about it until my father told her. He told her, he was like proud. He was like, shit.
Yeah.
Them boys were fighting today, boy. I mean, they called me, that was my nickname with Jimmy. He was like, he got in that little boy ass today. Pause, but he was like, he was proud. You know what I'm saying? Even when it came down to everything else, it wasn't my mom that had to deal with that. You know what I'm saying? She ain't even have to I don't even remember her even. I know they've talked about it, but I've never had her even say anything to me about anything when it came down to that. Because she'd just tell my father, get into a fight at school. Like I grew up with dudes that got in trouble for fighting in school. I never got in trouble for fighting in school. One of the reasons why is because my father knew me, right? I wasn't somebody that was going to start anything. Yeah, but I was always going to be the one that was going to go ahead and get into it. So even if I got 3 days, 5 days or whatever suspension, my father was just like, did you win? Because that's the only thing he wanted to find out. Did you win? And that was it. But he never encouraged me to fight. You know what I'm saying? It was just at the point where like he'd go there to the principals, go to the teachers and be like, I know my boy. Don't tell me that he sat there and he was out there starting that fight. No.
Right.
That little boy or that little boy was fucking with him. I know my son. You know what I'm saying? That was my father saying it. Now my mama, she was gonna have my back regardless. But when my father heard me speaking, he heard me talking, he deciphered it because he knew when I was doing some old fuck shit.
Lying and shit,
yeah. Because that was my discipline. He was the one that if I did some mischievous ass shit, that's who I'm getting my ass whooped by. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
So if I may, I don't know if we can continue on this one. I do have a question for all of us brothers up here.
Yeah.
Now that we're in this situation, we got the polarizing president and all that shit. Where do we see us as Black people over the next 4 years? With everybody, with the race baiters making us to face a DEI, which I really resent because I don't think we are. I think that most Black men and women make their, especially Black men, we make our way based because we earned it. Nobody gave us shit, right? So, but there's a whole bunch of people who will make us the face of DEI, and we're not. We're not even the best beneficiaries of it. White women are. And so, when I see
DEI, is it my feed? Or is it your feed? Is your feed saying that we the face of DEI?
All over the damn TV and networks.
Yeah, that gotta be your feed. My feed don't say that. My feed don't say that. Your feed.
No, it doesn't say that. I'm talking about the people who are yelling and screaming the loudest at Black faces.
That's what I'm saying. My timeline don't say we the face of DEI. Like
it doesn't say that we.
I don't know, Frank. Am I wrong? If I'm wrong, fellas, let me know. Like,
no, so when you say don't say it, I'm not saying say it. You don't see the people who are fighting for it with Black faces.
Yeah, I see people fighting for it with Black faces because they feel like.
Yeah, but that's what I mean by. But that's what I mean by the fit. If the people who are yelling the loudest look like you, then you de facto become the face of that argument.
But are you? But this is the thing, though.
It's true.
This is I don't know though.
I don't know. I just the only reason why he basically was like FDEI, like you know what I'm saying. Like my feed's not saying that.
The only reason why I'm saying that is because we generally watch what we watch. Like I don't know if you being like, you know, if you are on other like networks, Hispanic networks, and they say, and you know what I'm saying, that they're not saying anything about DEI, because I definitely hear Hispanics and Latinos talking about DEI. I hear Black people on TV talking about DEI, but I think that they're coming from it from a whole nother standpoint, from at least from what I've heard, is more along the lines of, you know what I'm saying, and yes, they do go back. They say, of course, like for a long time, we didn't have diversity in America. It wasn't really a diverse place. And then now you want to go back to it not being diverse, or if you do, you want to leave it up to the businesses when knowing that there is industries out there that are 98% white. 99 like 95% white, and then like even with the FAA is 97% white, and then like and in that situation it's like, okay, yeah, you're gonna get one or two Black people in there to say, like, you'll say, okay, them Black people, they earned their spot. it's 97% white. So how do you open it up for other people to even get in the door if it's 97% white? Is what I hear people saying, like, and they're saying that most businesses do better when people come in from different races and you feel like it's a diverse environment. So I don't hear them just saying like diversity for black people just because. I think they're saying like, you know, the benefits of businesses being diverse, and then like for a place like the FAA, how do we get into a place like that if it's 97% white and we can't really get in there? How? So like, and then that's what people have to explain to me, or to people who even have anything. I don't really have much to say about it, but if in a situation like that, that's what I would want to know from a person who says that, oh, DEI don't matter. Well, then I just would want to know, like, in a place that's 97% white, how do you get diversity into an industry like that?
Well, let me ask you a question, Frank.
How you asked me a question? I just asked the question.
No. I'm answering your question based on what your question is. Okay. This: does the FAA need to have diversity? No, you said it's not. Well, wait a minute. You said it's 97% white. Mm-hmm. How do you fix that? The first question is maybe you don't have to fix it.
So just keep it white.
I'm just trying to be legit. Maybe it doesn't have to be diverse. Because what you said also is that there's information that shows that some organizations have diversity. I call that organic diversity. If being diverse based on the fact that you want to reach different people, different kind of people, different kind of markets, makes sense, right? If I don't need an all white organization. If I want to hit the Asian market, the black market, the Hispanic market, I need to have other people who understand how those people live. So that's organic diversity. Nobody's forcing you to do it, because you can see how that benefits your bottom line.
But you know what's crazy though? But did you see some of the same people who was fighting against diversity when Kendrick Lamar did the Super Bowl ceremony or whatever, halftime? They were talking about it's crazy that there's not one white person in the building. I know, and then even getting rid of Black History Month and all that, but then Trump does a Black History Month celebration. Like, is that not ignorant?
Well, who's ignorant? So maybe it was a lie that he was getting rid of Black History Month. Maybe that
slap in the face, our pain. It's a slap in the face, man.
Okay, you know what? That's
I'm asking a question. Who's getting slapped in the face? Who's getting slapped in the face?
You are. Our children are getting slapped.
Wait, because he had a Black History celebration.
No. Just to the point. That's all.
I'm saying, but what's the slap in the face? It hit me. I missed it.
I think the slap in the face is considered getting rid of Black History.
But who's getting rid of it? Maybe that's a lie.
I don't know that.
No, maybe that's a lie.
I don't know. I haven't heard that.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing with DEI. I'm not saying I'm concerned.
Let's stay on one point.
Didn't they get rid of all that federally? I'm talking about as far as recognizing. Didn't they?
They just do proposing. Lots of stuff.
Hold on. Black History Month is not a federal holiday.
No, I'm not talking about the months. It said like recognizing like all months federally as far as like
you're right. You got rid of Hispanic month,
and then Juneteenth and all that type of stuff like that, right? Is no longer a federal holiday again, right?
Just nationally recognized.
No, I was asking.
No.
I'm asking.
No, we do not get off for Juneteenth.
We do. No. Well, I mean, we did.
That's not a federal holiday.
Oh, I don't.
Hold on.
I work government, but I don't.
It was a federal holiday. Now
it is a federal holiday.
Yeah, no longer. I thought it was no longer a federal holiday again.
But listen, they're proposing.
I'm just making sure.
We're supposed to get this off.
Yeah, but even with that though, let's just say we do get those days and we get this month, right? Yeah. It's very little African American history being exposed to a greater level than ninjas just complaining about relationships and D and P. That's what I'm saying. Black History Month is a representation of our greatness. And right now, I don't think we just take our opportunity to display our greatness. We focus, even our future, we focus on the worst of who we are today, which I think that does us a disservice to the DEI situation. And I'm just going to say with this, let's just say they take it away, right? And those little 1 or 2 spaces, and this is why I agree with Frank, that they would have had for me because I'm light-skinned and I'm black. Now, with America being so multicultural, they're going to give it to other people who may not have had to put in as much work because they're going to have those credentials to get in. You got to fill out the application. However, the application process will be the same, but the selection process would also be the same. It won't be as diverse. It'll be more black people maybe having to work in back-breaking jobs. But as far as corporate positions, if you're not certified and qualified, now the diversity can come from another country because people tend to not think about it. A lot of these third world countries, a lot of these war-torn countries, those citizens will be here whether we like it or not.
So let me ask this question though. DEI, what is it that DEI does that EEO doesn't do in the workplace?
EEO is a complaint against the company based on.
No, it's not a complaint. It's a program just like DEI is. It's a law.
Yeah, and it's based on unfair practice.
Equal opportunity, right? Equal opportunity employment.
Yeah, but it's been overcome by events. The DEI is like a replacement in terms of terminology for that, right? You have an EEO office and a DEI office that probably merged in some way.
So this is the thing, right? So the difference with the two, and I'm saying because I work government too. I didn't really even know what the hell DEI was. I wasn't even looking at those damn, because the thing was that we already had things that was in place. And on top of that, we have a when you call it the local, we have a damn it, I didn't even know it for a year that I was working there. What is it that you have like at the plants they be having that goes between the employer and the employee?
Human resources.
No.
You talking about
collective bargaining agreement?
No, you talking about
UAW. What is UAW? The union, right? So in the federal place, they have a union, right?
Mm-hmm. That
also deals with the equal opportunity. You know how hard it is for you to get rid of somebody, you know, in a federal employment. It's very difficult to do that. I mean, you can, but it's very difficult to do it because you got to go through the union also. So my question, nigga, because even when the DEI, when they said that they got rid of all the whole DEI program and everything, that was where I work at. And they said, and I was like, well, who the hell was in DEI? Let me tell you who wasn't the forefront of DEI. Any black folks. What I saw in the DEI was people that were, you know, not original Americans. I seen the number one people was LGBT. That's who I saw. Everything else, I mean, it was like, wow, I didn't see anything else because you got veterans, you have people, and that's why I was asking about the EEO, because you got EEO, OIG, you got all these other places, all these other programs that's there that do the same thing as DEI, and I don't know what made them.
EEO is an organization for equal opportunity within the organization.
Well, yeah, why like when you work there, not like how you hire.
Right. Yeah, DEI is all about hiring practices. EEO is for like retention of giving fair practices for the employees.
Yeah,
across the board. I think that would be one of the distinctions.
And they actually,
that's the distinction. So DEI is based off of the hiring process, and not the okay, I got you.
Right, and they actually. And I think they got rid of EO in the military now too because of they rescinded it, the 1965 Act. So like they got rid of all that shit.
So that brings me back to my question to everybody: how do you see us in this environment? If in fact, we are not reliant on DEI for hiring, we're just on merit. If we have the merit, we should expect it to be fair or unfair, or we're going to go back to the Stone Ages. I mean, Prototype says he doesn't see that on his feed. So what do you see on your feed when they talk about diversity?
Oh.
And do you see people worried? When we talk about this, the only people I see were worried.
I don't see people worried. Like I said, I just watched the whole interview with John Hope Bryant today, and he was basically saying how DEI was basically like, we don't need it, we don't care about it. And I was thinking about it in the same way he was, like as far as like it should really drive us to, you know, build our own opportunities, you know what I mean, even more, right? So like not that we was benefiting from it anyway, but the idea that the help is not out there, or that extra little bit of affirmative action that we might be able to benefit from isn't the case. I would think it would give us our ability to, you know, create more products, such, you know. So when Frank was like, do we not care about a company being 97% white? No, because then we turn around and make a company 97% black. You know what I'm saying? And you know, but produce some products. One of the things I'm in tech, right? And there's a lot of raw material left, you know what I'm saying, in the tech space where we can really take advantage of it, you know what I'm saying, and create our own industry. You know what I'm saying? So,
and I agree.
I understand we're not in the oil or the healthcare field, like, you know what I'm saying, like we want to. There's a lot of opportunity out here for us where we can like go ahead and still create our own.
But brother, here's the dynamic to what y'all saying. But here's the dynamic to that, right? Because we're in America, right? Now, Prototype, I would assume that you're certified in what you do, right? Okay, so that's the catch for the brothers. This is the catch for the young man's future. That's the catch. Everybody can articulate on YouTube. A lot of dudes still can't control their own emotions. So to try to get on here and move some conversation about doing things better, you can't do it. So I would advise any young brother to take advantage of these next 4 years, because the Olympics are coming. People with money from around the world are coming for your position. And with the DEI, to me, it's just like affirmative action. We voted out affirmative action, just so y'all know. They voted that shit out, gave it a new name with DEI. They both in one and the same. I'd rather have one or two brothers in those spots than none at all. I'd rather have one or two sisters in those spots than none at all, because the minority is not just us. You got Palestinians, you got all these other countries where there's been war torn. They're getting the resources here. Those new apartments they building in all of y'all cities that y'all see going up, like, ooh, that ain't for big nose, big lip people. Because big low, big spill.
That's not DEI either. Those are other programs.
But what I'm saying, it's all a part of the plan, because I need a job to pay that going forward. And if brothers and sisters don't take advantage of those opportunities, the regular Walmart job ain't gonna cut it.
No, I agree. So you're saying the brothers got to go work to get the certifications and raise their
and children and do it young. That's what I'm saying. Take advantage of it while you're young, because even on in the work market, we age out. You can't be 35 saying I'm gonna get my fucking shit together. What you qualify for, son? Oh, this is my second job. Well, man, you in the wrong line.
So I I was gonna agree with Prototype on something that he said, and it skipped my mind now.
You about the FAA?
No. It was about when he said you said something about making a business 97% black, and I could see that, you know what I'm saying. But when a person, just think about this though, when a person starts a black-owned business, you know what they say? They say you're segregating a whole community, a whole realm of other people away from you. They say you limiting yourself to only black people is literally what people say to, I'm not talking about your point. I'm just saying what other people say when someone has, I started my own black owned jacket company. You know what they tell that person? Hey man, you limiting yourself to only black people. But then on the flip side though, if a company is 97% white, it should stay that way. That's all I'm saying.
No, so what I'll say to this is, or what I'll say to that is, make the best product, and then everybody will want it, no matter who you are. You know what I'm saying? We buy Egyptian cotton. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm about to say
it sounds good.
I wish it was that easy.
It's not going to be hard. It's like getting custody.
No, it sounds good, brother.
Of course, it sounds good. What's wrong with sounding good?
It sounds good, man. I would assume that you are very good in what you do. I would assume that, right? And right now, I would say you got the best product. So by you having the best product, I would hope and assume that you and Brother Frank could make those salaries that are generational life changing by you putting in the work. See, that's the thing. I think that's what a niche had to come in. And I just hope that brothers, if it ain't working with the women, the best thing you can do is focus on something that's going to get your mind together. And it's a catch-22 because, you know what I'm saying? If you focus on the women, I'm not saying not get no cheeks. I'm not saying that. But if you're focusing on them and while they're not acting right, you're going to miss out on opportunity. Mm-hmm. And the United States is sort of going through an opening up stage. That's why I'm with Trump, because I'm pro-America too. And then just talk all this shit. 99% of us, that 97%, like he said, go be right here in America when all the shit go up or go down. So if you're in this space right now and you're a working young man, get in front of your skill set. Get in front of it. It will change your life, man. I'm trying to tell you. So whatever. I
don't disagree with that. I think
I'm just saying.
You're right.
That's the only way we can have what Prototype's saying, because those young men, like Ian the man was saying earlier, those guys are in position to go in those positions. And if they take advantage of it, they may not get to retire like you are, Payne.
No, but here's the thing, though. You're right, though. And you're right. So no, I don't think you have any argument with what you just said. That's exactly what we need to do.
No,
the problem we have is that no matter in the best of circumstances, it's still a numbers game of who's going to really make it big and who's not. Right? If you know, in terms of everybody, because everybody's not equal, everybody's not going to have equal capabilities, and that's the way the world is. But what's the pool of young men that we have that's coming up to become a Prototype or a Frank or you or whatever, when we're saying that the national average for brothers in high school or not in reading at 3rd, 4th, 5th grade levels? How do we fix that for them to become the kind of the leaders of the future?
Can I tell you a secret?
That's a whole different conversation, but what's our pool? Maybe that's the better word. What's our pool of young men?
I was a special ed kid all the way up through high school.
Okay.
So you talk about reading on the 2nd, 3rd, 4th. I am that kid that only read on the 3rd grade level all the way up to high school, and I still became an engineer. So, I mean, you can't let that necessarily like disqualify you.
There was a path you went through, though, right? That got you from where you were to where you are. And is that path still available? I mean, I know it is, but
I went to college. My dream was football. I went to college, and I was just like, hey, we're all here getting a scholarship. It costs the same to get an engineering degree as a business degree.
Okay. No doubt.
I'm gonna get the engineering degree because it costs the same. You know what I'm saying? So, but it took me extra. I had to take a lot of class over. It took me it took me 6 years.
Because you were willing to do that.
Hey, listen, I got a question, man. And dang, I be feeling like I feel like I'm conservative, but I don't feel like I'm a MAGA person. That's the difference. So this is me. I feel like something that I think Braxton said in the chat. How much, like, people say this whole thing, oh, DEI, oh, merit. Most people get their job based off of who they know. Like, if you really know, a lot of times jobs come down, they come open, and what happened? They get filled before it even hit Indeed, or LinkedIn or anything like that, because that person, somebody from in their job heard, and they go, "Hey man, my brother, hey man, my cousin, hey man, my family, or hey man, my homie." Like, more times than not get their job, get some place of employment, get some type of employment based off of who they know. Sometimes it's through nepotism. Sometimes it's just off of your partner. Sometimes it's off of networking. Like, it is basically, more times than not, that's how people get their job.
It's definitely networking.
Fraternities, all of that. So right. You know what I'm saying? It's really, merit really is not that high on the list.
But it's there.
I know. I didn't say that it wasn't there. I'm just saying that more times than not, when people try to act like, well, why come you can't get the job based off the merit? It's not that it's not based off of the merit at all. It's just that more times than not, before that job even come down, somebody already has that job.
Yeah, but it's not.
That's
Bro,
There's something I noticed.
That's just the real
about
shit.
my man Frank. I would like for you to have a more positive response.
That's a positive. That's a real life response.
No, man. We got to look at.
Do we not got to look at real life?
We got not like that. Not that's going to diminish somebody's hopes, bro. Not like that. Yeah, not like that,
bro. That is
like
not
that.
to diminish nobody's hope. That's literally the real life how it goes.
That don't matter though. Like we can't say stuff that's gonna deter anybody from trying, man. And what you just said is a deterrent.
Wow. If you took that as a deterrent,
yeah,
that makes absolutely no sense.
I definitely did. I definitely took that as a deterrent. You know what I'm saying?
Then you
gotta think about what I just said. Think about what I just said. Nobody would have ever gave me engineer, bro. And I was like I said, I rode the short bus all the way. So no teacher. I never got nothing to say. Oh yeah, you could be an engineer.
No,
I rode the short bus, bro. Like you know what I'm saying. So any inkling of that, I had to throw like any pessimist. You don't talk to that. I love that Kanye line. You don't talk to any and what you just said was a pessimistic view. We don't care about
bro, that is not pessimistic. That's real life.
Bro. Like, we
bro, that's real life. That's real life. Do you know? So if I think about my job right now, at my job right now, I know a girl who worked the same the boss, right? Her mom works at the district.
I'm not saying
hold on. Her mom works at the district, and then you know who else works at the district? Her best friend. Literally, bro. I'm just saying that's. But
what about the person that don't got connections? Are they supposed to stay in the dump?
That's not what I said. That's why I said you're taking what I said the wrong way. I'm talking about. All I said was that more times than not, more times than not, people get their job based off of connections, based off of networking. So that's not even pessimistic. That's just saying like if you're out there, you go to college. No, it's not, because if you went to college, went to college.
I don't know. Right? I don't know any black people, no athletes, no nothing in my field. The only
black people I've ever worked with is the ones I hired. That has nothing to do with what I said.
So where's my network? Where's my connections at?
You went to college. You had teachers. I have a degree. I
had a degree.
Okay, so you had engineering teachers. You had instructors.
That didn't help me. None of them helped me.
That's not the point. You're
saying network.
The point is you had a network that you
didn't have a network.
Okay, bro.
I didn't have a network.
You're really wild, bro. If you don't think that, listen, I went to college. I didn't really talk to nobody because I'm a veteran. So and I raised my daughter. So I went to school and I came home. One of my teachers, who was a chemistry teacher, seen that I needed something and came to me and said, "Yo, I got you." That's all I'm saying. Like, and I didn't even speak to this man.
I don't live where I grew up. I don't live where I went to college.
I don't either. First of all, that's not what
No.
You're taking what I'm saying totally different, bro. I don't know what you're talking about.
So hold on, Prototype. What is the contention?
Yeah, I'm
from what
he's talking about. Most people get hired off their network. I'm saying that's the deterrent for anybody who don't have a network. Like, because instantly I'm going to think, oh well, if I don't know nobody in the field, then I can't get in there. If I don't know nobody over there, I can't get in there. I don't know nobody in the restaurant industry or other entrepreneurs, I can't do it. I don't want nobody thinking like that. I want people to jump for it.
So, Frank, is that what you're saying,
bro? No, I don't know.
What's the point of bringing it up?
I don't know what he's talking about. I'm absolutely confused, bro.
Can I try to confuse this thing? Let me diffuse it though.
Just twist this shit all around. I don't know what he's.
Let me just say this real quick. Listen, Frank, I hear the statistic that when you say most people get a job through network, I'm not so sure about that statistic when we look at the whole grand. But let's just say that's true. It's not mutually exclusive, because if I'm going to, well, hold on, because I'm not saying anything you saying is really wrong. I don't consider it that negative either. But even still, when you compare that with merit, is based. If I'm going to vouch for somebody, I'm most likely going to try to vouch for somebody that has the credentials because now my name is on the line, right? So I'm not going to just do that for anybody. So if you have the credentials and I can get you in, right, and you have to compete now to get the job because my word might not be the last word, but now I can introduce you to the right people. But I'm definitely, my credibility is on the line on your name now. Right? You know what I'm saying? So that's what I think they're connected. I think they could be connected. But I think the majority of people who get jobs and move through life, I don't think they have that network or that nepotism or all that kind of thing.
They have to build it.
It depends on what level job you're looking at.
Yeah, and they have to, and this is the thing, they have to build, most people have to build that type of rapport, right? Let me put myself.
A lot of people ain't good at that.
Right. And the thing is that because I'm very good at the job that I have right now, I have people that come, especially black folks would come to me and they would say, hey, bro, they got an opening right now for this job right here. You know what I'm saying? And they do, but that's because they know of my merit. Not because of just the person I am. Now, flip it. There's very few people, and I don't care if they white, black, or whatever. If it's just their family, they've learned. I'm not about to put you in this goddamn position if you don't have the merit to back up that. Now, if I'll put it to you like this. I got a family member has a master's in business, executive business. I have another family member that is a vice president / CEO of a big company that we all know. That family member would not have offered the job that they were going to offer to that other family member if they didn't have the merit to come with it. Just because they were family didn't mean shit, because this person has their name that has to be there. And most people in America are there now. I get what you're saying, but when it comes down to it, you have to be able to establish that type of a rapport once you're in the system or any type of system.
Right. And I get what y'all saying. So this is so I looked it up and it said that the stats say that up to 70 to 80% of people get jobs based off of who they know.
Yeah, but that's like I said,
that's all that I was saying.
Yeah,
so
like,
that has nothing to that's hold on, Jay. I got you, JT. I'm just saying, so that isn't negative. That's not me saying nothing negative. I'm just saying like that's real life. I'm just saying most people, when people go to college, JT, you in a frat, right?
No, I'm not in a frat.
Hold on, my bad. It's Coach Ferg and R Paint. Think about all the Caucasian frats. Think they have 80 people in their chapter. If the 80-90 people in their chapter, the sorority, the girls sorority at the white sororities at our school, they have 100 girls at Rush. You see what I'm saying? So that's all that I'm saying. So when they go to college and they're meeting and they having they at the student life all the time. So they're meeting connections there. They're making connections with student life. They're in SGA. A lot of black people are in SGA. You have the black coalition of engineers in school. That's all. These are all networks that people are making. Like these are all, you in a black fraternity. That means you're on the board of presidents, the president's board at the school. That means you're on the board with black presidents, white presidents. That means you're on there with the Asian frats and all that. So you're literally making constant. Now, whether you choose to connect with those people or not, that is one thing. But if you went to college and you leave with zero connections, that is a reflection of you. It does not mean that you did something wrong. It just means that you didn't use that as a networking opportunity.
Okay, yeah, I get it. So we are, especially when you're in that type of a culture, that's one of the things that you should use to your advantage. One of the things is that we have to use these things to our advantage. So I get what you're saying. That right there is something that has to be taught to the younger folks. It's the same thing like Prototype. You had to pretty much get your shit the way you get it. We get it out the mud. We get it, whatever it is that we do it, but we learn how to play this game.
So those are two tools.
Yeah.
And the network. Those are like tools. You got to have them both, to tell you the truth. To get as far as you want to get.
because I just remember, when I was just trying to get out there and I didn't know what to do with my life. When I didn't know what to do with my life, like most of us, we getting ready to get out of high school. And for some people, man, that shit was scary. When you didn't, what up, Ayo, man? We got the link. Yeah, let me finish this right quick. When I didn't know, right? Think about this. I didn't have none of that shit up under my belt. My foundation and getting to this making money was the Army, right? Going into the Army, and I had to build off of that. And the craziest thing about that was relationships was what I had to build from people. I got married young, right? But it would have been really bad being married young and I didn't have a plan, right? Or I was at home and I was still living with my parents and I jumped out, got married out just living with my parents. It would have been fucked up. When I got married, I already had a career. My wife, she just graduated from college, right? And she knew she was in that's culture, right? The college is a culture. She took that with her overseas, and the jobs that she got, it was jobs that she didn't really want to do, but she knew that I got to do this right here because I have to build a rapport with whatever I do to get the job that I want. And that's one of the things we have to do. Now, it was at a point where we were poor shit. We was poor as a motherfucker, bro. But we understood it because we didn't feel like we was poor. It's just when we started making more money, my career started to go a certain way. Her career, she started to have a career. Then we look back at it, we like, damn, we only had a damn couch and a bed. And you know what I'm saying? We understood exactly what that was, but then we had to be resourceful. A lot of people are not resourceful. So when we start talking about this DEI and all this shit, a lot of us as black folks, we are looking at that shit like, yeah, all right, nah. Like some people were saying that it was like a slap in the face for that DEI. Like we was the forefront of it. Prototyper said, that ain't in my feed. That ain't what it, you know what I'm saying? Because we got it out the mud. And a lot of us have gotten to a point, Arpain, that we're not having that mindset that people had in the 90s, 80s, 70s, and 60s, right? So we all are starting to think a little more ahead of the game. There's no fucking way that you can't make it here. There's no fucking way that you can't unless you stand in your own fucking way. But we got so many people. Oh, go ahead.
On that point, right there. And that goes back to my point. Maybe on my feed, because I'm in a lot of feeds. It's not just my YouTube feed. I look at all the news networks, a lot of them, Fox, CNN, MSNBC, Legacy Media, other ones and stuff like that. And every time I hear the protestations against DEI and stuff like that, it's I'm not saying exclusively. I see a black face, usually a black woman's face, people screaming in the mics, talking about, boycotting this bobblehead Sharpton, bringing people through, Costco and DEI. Let's fuck over Target, like they're the only ones doing this. I'm just saying that could breed like the fact that some people are thinking the only way they're gonna make it in this life if the white man opens the door and has a quota for you or at least a position for you, because without it, your merit is not enough. And I have a problem with that thought. I have a problem with that thought.
What's the problem?
The problem is your merit is going to have to be enough. Your merit, your networking, those things you're going to have to try. Because if you don't get the job, you can't just go around saying, I didn't get the job because I'm black. And if you do get the job, what's worse is having people think you only got that position because
So the question I wanted to ask JP, and even y'all can answer this, right? Because I look at, DEI is a thing I worry about, but I don't. And I base it off this question I'm gonna ask JT. So JT, right? You went to the military, you took what your skill set was in the military, then you went to college for 4 years. You got a bachelor's degree, maybe a master's, in a hell of a trade, right? Skill or whatever, right? I'm just using this scenario. I am the white guy. I own a major company. My niece, my nephew just went to college for the same thing as you, right? And the fact that even though military, you know, we got a hiring preference if we qualify, right?
We are DEI actually.
Right.
Military is DEI.
So as you and mine, listen, I know my niece. I don't know JT. Hey, little niece, I got an opening coming up over in this department. You should apply. Remember, because you gave a scenario similar to your family. He chose out of two of y'all, right? And you were the better candidate.
Okay.
Now, in the same situation from a corporation that's not that you're not familiar with, you just trying to get a job. And when I go to have this job opening, my niece qualified, JT qualified. Who do you think gets the job?
The niece is gonna get the job.
Why?
Well, that's nepotism.
Right,
because
but that's
right because of nepotism.
But listen, and this is where the sort of
DEI is not going to save you. DEI is not going to save you from nepotism unless you're saying you're going to force people to use a quote.
But you can't really prove that either. That it's nepotism.
I wouldn't know though, Coach.
I could prove it.
No, so if we're not going to get in those positions, and there ain't no reason for the diversity, equity, inclusion, I am the diversity in this company.
But this is the thing, though, Coach. Me and a lot of other people, hundreds of thousands of people did what I did. I don't have a scarcity mindset when I'm out here applying for jobs. So I'm applying for a gang of fucking jobs.
That's JT, because JT got that mindset.
No, but it's not.
It don't even matter though. It don't even matter because it don't matter because you can apply for JT, Coach Ferg, me. We can apply for 100 jobs. I'm sure all of us are VA 100%. I hope. But that means that you fall a disabled veteran falls under DEI. You can apply for 100 jobs. You still DEI. You're a disabled veteran. You're veteran preference. You're DEI. It don't even matter if you look at it or not. I mean, not like that. But I'm saying in the overarching, in the office,
it's a little bit different though. That's a little bit different. Let me tell you why.
You're still saying there's preferences.
It's a preference
than DEI.
Yeah, it's a preference, but it does come to a point where you still, at the end of the day,
that too, because they call it accessibility. They talk about
they not fucking with the veterans are paying right now.
They already
with the veterans.
They already fired 1,000 people, 10,000 people from the VA, bro. You remember when they said, "Oh, my bad, JT."
No. And let me tell you, those people that they fired, they were on probation. Again, merit. If you are on probation,
you're on mute.
My bad. I was gonna say not all of them. It was a lawyer. It was a lawyer who was in the business for 15 years. She was a law attorney fighting for the VA. And guess what they did to her? She wasn't on probation. She was in court. She was in court a week ago. Right. And guess what they did? They fired her.
Right. So this is the thing. Politics, you would never get rid of all these things that we're talking about. You're not going to get rid of nepotism. You're not going to get rid of all these other things. If you had, and you're right, there were people, the most people that got let go in the VA were people that were in higher positions. It didn't touch nobody that was in entry level positions. They touched very few. And that was the DEI people that was there. The most people that got touched was the people that was in higher positions. You know why? Because they're cutting the fat. That's what they're doing.
JT, you know what it affects though? You know what it affects? I just want to say this. This what it affects. Because remember when when I did my VA claim, it took me 13 months to get my VA claim done.
Ooh, that back pay was hell, wasn't it?
Hey, I was like, ooh,
that back pay, baby.
Hey, I was like this. But then the VA started hiring all these people, so it would no longer take that long to process claims no more. That's what they did it for. That's why they started hiring all.
It's called expedite. They're doing an expedite. Right. Yeah.
So when my auntie did hers in 2020, it took hers three
6
months. It took her 3-4 months for her to get hers done. So now that they didn't fired all these people again, that shit's about to go back to 12-month wait.
Maybe, unless technology changed the way they do business.
So this is what happened. Technology did. You just said it, R-Pain. Technology changed all that shit. What they got right now, do y'all know what Blue Button is?
No,
it's medical. In a medical, if you go to somewhere like a hospital or something like that, and you want your medical records and you want to know how to, you can do, you can set up all your appointments and stuff like that. That's Blue Button. That's okay. So they have a thing called My Healthy Vet. They're changing it over now, and it's about to connect with Blue Button, the civilian part of it, right? That just cut a bunch of fucking positions right there. Everything that they're doing now, you don't have to run your ass to the veteran hospital anytime. There you go. Yep, absolutely. You don't have to just run your ass there every time you need to get something from there. You don't even have to do this. The craziest part. You don't even have to come to the VA to talk to your physician, right? They can do your screening on the phone. That's it. Video. The video, consultations and stuff like that. What's happening right now? So when you have a Donald Trump and he hires my man to go, and what they're doing is saying, okay, how do the country, how do we benefit to make the country stronger? The craziest part is that everybody ain't gonna make it. We ain't got to complain about it no more. You got to understand that everybody ain't gonna make it, and people gonna get caught up in this bullshit that's about to happen. The problem is that people think that they can fight back, and they think that, well, we'll just wait for the next president to come. It's not that simple. It ain't that simple.
Man, that's tough, bro. I honestly
it's very tough. That's my point.
I hate to see all these people losing their jobs, bro.
But we gotta. But this is the thing. We can come to the consensus, though, Frank. This is what we have to come to the consensus of. When people say it's about to be fucked up, the only thing we got to do is say, you're right. Do we know what's coming down the pipeline? Some of us do, because guess what some of us do? We tap into it. We're looking, we connect to it. The other ones, if they want to sit back, well, you got Trump doing this, Trump bad, and this. What's that going to do for you? What is it going to do for you? If you're 20-something years old and you ain't got a career right now, if you ain't figured out what to do, if you don't have a business, if you don't have something that's gonna help you, man, you about to be fucked in this motherfucking game.
But see, JT, that's the negative connotation you brothers don't need. Listen,
is it not reality?
What y'all saying? But what y'all saying is true, because here's the thing about and I'm just going to speak in reference to the VA, right? Because the VA, when you file a claim, you need eyes on the documents, right? And those people eyes were going through your documents, finding something that could relate you to the service connection or the disability. And computers can't do that. You can go review your records. Listen, I do it all the time. My medications, my records, my scheduled appointments. I do my travel pay online. I do it all.
But you do understand, Coach Ferg, that we are like what, 1.9% of the population?
But JT, that 1.9 is, listen, JT, if your 1.9 is a 400,000-500,000 soldiers trying to get a disability.
I'm with you. I'm on that. But what I'm saying is that you have now watch this. We're supposed to be way more than that. Coach, we're supposed to be way more than that. But guess what people are not doing? They're not claiming shit until they get to the point where when they get out of that plant, right? And that plant done cut their goddamn wages. Instead of them making 100% of what they were making, now they're only making 81% of what they were making, right? So now they're like, shit, I'm on a fucking fixed income now. Guess what they run to?
But
a lot
listen,
of people don't even know about it.
But here's the thing, JT, they run to it, right? Now Frank has, I don't know if you ever filed a claim, JT, if you received VA disability. Okay, so you put in a claim. This is February, right? And for me, I've been lucky. None of my claims have taken over 6 months to complete from beginning to end. I have had an appeal that I put in 2022 that they just finished it. Everything worked out in my favor because I went to the judge because I knew, right? So, and this is the catch though. Brothers that have that benefit, right? So it's a benefit. They're even proposing today. Well, I saw it through the veterans because I follow most every vet. And you can go see it. What is it? I'm gonna just tell you the website.
I know the website that you said, but you can say it for everybody else.
Yeah, I'm gonna find it. Then I'm gonna put it in the chat because they're proposing right now that if your household income is over $135K a year, they're going to tax your VA disability for every $2 you make over 135. They're going to tax your disability $1. That's what they're proposing. Now, of course, everything with the VA, you see how it changed back and forth, right? So if they do this, then that's one. Then they're proposing that after you turn 65, your disability turns over to Social Security. It does no longer VA disability. So they're, and that's why but I just think he moved too fast as far as letting a lot of people go. But what they did was a lot of people were working from home, and they passed this mandate, everybody come back to work. And some people was like, they too spoiled from COVID. They ain't want to do it. So it's like, okay, well, we ain't gonna fight you on it. We're gonna go on exigent. Now, to me, I believe it could have been a process to give people a little bit more time. No, but he let them go. It's like everybody on Friday got their pink slip.
He gave everybody
now, you got hundreds of thousands of veterans whose claims are just at a standstill and they need the help.
What did you say, Payne?
Well, what I'm saying is, I think all this is recency bias. I mean, I remember how bad, the stories were about the Veterans Association and stuff like this. The guy said he's doing exactly what he said he was going to do. People get fired all the time, and it's a tragic thing. I've been there. I've been on that heap before, and nobody said anything when Clinton let go of 400,000 people from the federal government.
Yeah,
400,000. Right. So we're at the time he's finding all of this waste and abuse. He's going. There's no favoritism. It's going across the whole government, including the military.
I'm okay with it.
The Department of Defense is catching it too.
Are there some sad stories? Are there some mistakes? Absolutely, some mistakes. But but it's movement, and some of the mistakes you could recover from. Some of them you can't, maybe. But this deal he gave everybody that you don't want to come back to work in the office, I'll let you stay on, get paid until the end of September, and you must resign. 77,000 people took that offer. To me, that sounds like a damn good offer. Where from now you're going to get paid every pay period until the end of September.
It's a good deal this is a problem though, but you have to
go find a job.
They forcing those older people to retire. That's all they're doing. Them 75, they need to get out the way. The boomers, y'all in the way.
No.
Older people, that was anybody.
Get out the way.
No, if this is the thing, dog. If you already have over 20 years and say that you are a boomer, no, you can retire. You can retire. They're not going to force you to quit, to resign. When you resign, it's the same thing that happened with the big three. You already give up your what they call it, your seniority. You're selling you right, because it sounds like a good deal. They're gonna pay you everything till September 30th, right? Basically October, the fiscal year. The day before, is it the day before fiscal year? Fiscal year is October 1st.
October 1.
Right.
Yeah, but JT, it's not like they cut you off. Depending on your tenure, if you work for the government for 35 years, when you resign, you start your pension. You get on your pension then.
So you don't have to resign. That was my point. You don't have to resign. Only thing you have to do is retire, because at 52 years old, you can do an early retirement. Now to your point, Payne, which one is better, right? The resignation, because you still get paid.
Well, the point is,
the day before fiscal.
The resignation doesn't say you don't get your retirement benefits. You just resigning from your resign. You got to put in your you got to put your retirement papers in before the 30th, right? So it doesn't like you don't lose your retirement if you took the resignation offer if you were eligible.
Yeah, that's
I
what
wasn't saying that. I'm just saying that. I'm sorry.
I was looking. That's what my whole thing is this, because I don't know everything about it. And me and my wife were just talking about this. She works for DOD, so she was saying the same thing. And I'm like, there's something else that I don't know, because it makes no sense that if I'm at retirement age and I only got like a couple of months to retire, then why would I resign?
Here's why. Okay, remember now, this whole deal is predicated on whether you want to come into office 5 days a week. There's some people who move far away because they thought they would never have to do that.
Yeah.
So if I'm in limbo, right, if I'm going to retire anyway this year, I don't care if I have to come back in the office. I can do that shit standing on my head for 5 days a week. Right? I don't have to take that deal, right? Because I know that I can come into the office 5 days a week and retire normally. But if you do take that deal, what you get out of it is you don't have to come in the office. You're still on the roll until the end of September, but you don't lose your retirement benefits over that. No one would take that deal. Think about it, JT. Who would take that deal if you know what I'm saying? So just because you resign based on this program doesn't mean you lose your retirement benefits. You got to put your retirement paper. You just got to be off the books by the end of September.
Yeah.
They closed that one. They closed that window fast as shit too, boy.
But here's the thing. I wasn't arguing against losing benefits. I'm just saying, okay, in reference to the VA point of it, because the other side of it, I'm just going to speak in reference to the VA. Say, me, Champ, JT, we all retirement eligible, right? We all retirement eligible. Everybody's retirement eligible. Well, me and JT retirement eligible, so we put in our 20, right? We still fairly young, right? And then we can decide, okay, I'm going to go on back to the office. JT like, man, listen, man, I ain't going back. I'm going to go and take my retirement. Cool. Frank, he's there, right? He been on there 4 years. He's a good worker, but he's over like, man, I ain't going back in the office, man. Fuck that. Now, this is say, at some point, myself and JT retire within the next year. Frank, he like, man, I ain't doing it. Now you got 3 slots open. And here's one thing I learned about VA, especially when it comes to those decisions. Ain't too many brothers and sisters making it in that room. Because they already know they're going to be giving brothers favorable decisions. What they're trying to do is sort of change that dynamic where you ain't getting a favorable decision, because now they're looking at it where that if you're not 30%, you don't get any compensation.
You don't get none. Yeah, if you ain't 30%, that shit.
See what I'm saying? And it's a lot of older brothers. It's a lot of brothers that are older now, who always, we think we Superman, to JT's point, and don't want to go file the claim. Now your body start breaking down. Then you file the claim, and the VA will shut you out. Like, well, man, you waited too late.
But that's not new to Trump, is it?
No, that's not what I was saying. And I understand what Coach is saying, but all I was saying is that when you put in a claim, you put your claim in online, and that's been going on for a while now. But the people
for over 15 years.
But the people doing your claim,
they got
those are actual people actually going through your claim, and that's why and that they go through, and they're the ones, like, after you go to the doctor to get to see your whatever, like, they're the one that's processing all that to see, okay, where you fall in line and connecting. That's why they hired so many people at the VA, is all I'm saying. And so now I'm saying is technology didn't do anything for that part of the process.
Oh, technology is behind. So they're so behind.
That's all I'm saying. So like so now that they didn't got, they had all these people and they hooked it up, and now people were getting their VA claims done in 4 months, 3 months, 5 months. Like, now this shit is going to go back because
they're a year and a half, 2 years.
Right. Because before my shit, the shit was taking a year and a half. My
check was looking crazy when that shit came through. So
Yeah, so like, and when I did mine, it was just coming down to where they were trying to keep it down a year. Like they were like, yo, right at that 11-month mark, like we want that damn claim done. And so they tried to rush me through because they noticed that I was at 12 months. So they hurry up and call me. Yo, we got your appointment. We got your appointment. We got your appointment. You got your appointment. I have 4 appointments in 2 weeks. They got me in. Hurry up. And then 2 weeks later, I had my back.
That bread.
Yeah, because they was like, no, we don't want to keep extending this out because
they would rather give you
because they was trying to
rather give you 5,000 than to give you 30,000.
Yeah.
The shit gets bad. It gets bad for them.
Brother off because I got that good hundo.
And that's what I'm saying. I just listen. I put in a claim last July. They closed it in December. All of my claims have moved fast since I've been out of the military. Every one I did, right? And I sort of think like, because he's a disabled veteran because my injury was bad, but I recovered pretty good.
That's a great point, Judge.
So even my appeal but see now it's going to go back to that 10, 12.
Well, do we know who they fired and how many guys work for the VA anyway?
So
100,000.
So yeah, no, we damn near in the millions, bro. Because veterans. Let me tell you why. Veterans, we used to have just the hospitals that you had to go to, right? Every state didn't have a VA. Now, almost every state has a VA. Plus, they have a satellite. So all these, I know here in Michigan, man, there's satellites all through these cities right now. They got a satellite in anywhere from Flint, that's north, all the way down.
I got 472,000 people.
Yeah, over 400,000. That's all.
All right, so they let go 1,000 people. You think it's going to go back to over a year?
No, they just got rid of 72,000.
72,000 people for the VA?
Federal.
And a lot of that can be upper management, making that 90 to
172,000 just out of the VA.
Yeah, because the VA is just not. Now you got to understand, the VA is actually it's Veteran Affairs. So you got VA as the hospitals, and then you have
clinics,
the VBA.
Benefits.
Yeah, you got all of these different things. So that's the difference with them. Then you also have Department of Defense, also, right?
That's different, yeah.
No, it's different, but it's also the
it's
same
under the
thing
VA.
too. Yeah, because a lot of that is under the VA because that's where the transition goes from being a military person to being a veteran.
They took a 15% employment cut.
Yeah. That's basically what it was. And so with the DEI, DEI, again, that right there was the easiest thing for them to cut because they did it in 24 hours. It was. He signed it.
Program. They cut a program, and probably people.
Yes, and it was It was a program. So now what we're looking at, damn, y'all just made a fucking damn, man. They made it. Let me tell you why I say they made a good point, because you had a lot of people that was working these claims at first. Like when I did my first claim, that was like in the beginning of 2000, right? And man, that shit took a year and a half, and I didn't even get what I'm getting now, right? So it was a lot to it. They didn't have a lot of people that was doing it. Now, bro, I'm talking about it goes fast. And then at that time when I was doing it, it was the VA hospital that was the ones that were doing the
primary doing all the scheduling appointments.
All the scheduling appointments. Now it's not. So what they have is they contracted all these different outsources. They outsourced it.
Civilians and shit.
Oh man, and this is crazy. Like you go there, next thing you know,
every department is going through something similar, depending on.
Yes.
Again, what I'm saying is, the VA is one thing, and of course the veterans. I believe the veterans should get a whole lot better treatment than they do get. I really believe that. Mm-hmm. So I don't have any issues when they talk to VA, give the veteran this, disability that. I mean, we all know, especially, we all know people who've come back from the service that, that really needed some help and they didn't get it.
Let me tell you what happened with the DEI also, though, Payne, that a lot of people don't know. The VA, they had passed this little program or whatever, bill, whatever it was, where these guys can come in and they can get transformation surgery.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That's not DEI. That's transgenderism.
This nigga JT is wild.
Listen, do you know the cats that were done? Now, this is the craziest thing because I've seen it. A lot of these dudes, bro, are over 60 years old doing it. It's crazy. I said, damn, they did. So this is the thing. They were paying because that shit is over with. Do you know how fucked up it is? It's a done deal. But in the nature of the job that I have, I have to see these folks coming in, man. And I've probably seen one guy that was probably in his late 20s, early 30s that ended up getting approved for that surgery, right? The rest of these cats, dog, they were damn near senior citizens, bro.
That don't make no sense.
That was crazy to me.
Hey, look,
the Pete Hegseth, whatever his name is, man, he's they're shutting all that shit down. It's in courts. It's in courts now because, again, you're essentially going back to don't ask, don't tell.
Yeah, this is all I'm gonna say before I get ready to get out of here, man. I had a long day. All I was gonna say, and also the second part about that whole the VA people getting laid off or fired or whatever, is most people that work at the VA are veterans. Yes. That's the only and that's the only thing too is I just seen a Marine on there talking about, you know what I'm saying, that he had came through, that he had been working there and everything like that, and they fired him. You know what I'm saying? So he went overseas. I think he got hit by an IED, came back home, started working for the VA, and now they let him go, man. It's like, bruh, when you hear stories, and I understand that people are gonna get let go, and I get it. All right, cool. But man, to know that you know, I know how hard it is to even get a job in the VA. You know what I'm saying? To even get a job in the VA, literally, I probably put in 3 applications before, you know what I'm saying, after I got out, and I ain't never even got to the hiring process, right? So at the same, and we got 6 bases here in Colorado, which is, you know what I'm saying? So it's all right, whatever. But to come back home after that, being at war, coming home, and then you go and you get hired, and then they fire you, dog. That I guarantee I bet anything over half of those people were veterans, bro. That's tough, bro.
Well, let me ask you this. You're a veteran, though. The bright side is that even if it's not a preference program, people are favorable to hiring vets.
Yeah,
that's true.
I've never had a problem ever getting hired, ever.
So you might have to get another job, but you have an advantage as being an American vet. There's a lot,
baby.
I don't consider that DEI. Shit, just serving your country is being married.
Let me tell you what, the shit I had to go through. Fuck that. That is not. Y'all owe me this shit.
You owe me this shit, man. You talking about? But
they said when you get veteran preference, though, that counts. That falls under DEI. That's all.
I see that a whole lot different than just if it's your skin color.
It's a different type of diversity. But
again, my thing is, how do we think Black folks are going to fare on this side of history? And it depends on who we follow going forward. Do we stay on the plantation yelling and screaming how much victims we are because Trump is a bad man? No. Or do we see what's going on and say, hey, it's a good thing to get a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse out of the system, not necessarily the shrinking of people and people losing their jobs. Because think about it, this guy is, there is a backlash for firing people if you want them to vote for you. If you want them to vote for you in 2 years, you got a whole bunch of people you fire. You ain't getting no vote. They don't give a shit how you feel.
Right.
You know, so it's not like it's not without some kind of thought process that if we want to keep this gravy train going, how much people are we going to appease? Because definitely firing them doesn't make them your friend. It doesn't make them your friend.
No.
That's something that we have to roll it over. This is the thing, and one of the things I love that you did, Arpain, was that you said, "Listen, man, I had to break off the plantation." Right? I understood exactly what you were saying. We have to break away from a lot of these cliches that we've been attached to, right? Because what we have to do is look at things with an open mind for real, not that other bullshit, but with a real open mind. So at the end of the day, man, look, that's why I'm like, I had to disconnect with all the arguing and being in conversations of bad Trump and, bad this and bad that, and look at it for what it is. Everybody is not going to be satisfied. You know what I'm saying? It's just, that's just what it's going to be. And we can fall on that whole thing, but that's one of the things where I just want to be at a point where I'm more vigilant. And one thing that I learned being a young man was that you got to create options. You got to keep creating them. You can't be just so doggone comfortable where you at and not understanding. Because one of the things that my father and my mama used to always say, what can go wrong will go wrong, right? So you have to be able to have your body to a point where you can pivot, right? Some shit go wrong, you lose a job. You know what I mean? People done lost jobs, people done, lost houses, lost cars, and they ended up gaining it all back because it's a process. And that's what it is right there. I ended with that, man.
Well, so I'm going to end it too, because I know we're going to get out of here. Listen, I got two. Here's what I get my issue. Okay. It's easier for me to say what's going on because I'm on the other side, right? I'm retired. Right. But I still have a vested interest in the government working because my check comes from OPM.
Yep.
Right. So, but the point is, when I talk to young people, I look at young people. I have a daughter who's a Z. She's
Me too.
a fucking Z. And one who's a millennial. And the future, they're wrestling in the future, just like the young people on some of these panels. So that's where I get my information from them. And a couple of times they say, listen, my life ain't YouTube, Dad. Out here is a little bit different. Some places, and they fill in the blanks. But what I tell them about their jobs, do not get comfortable.
Yes.
One of my daughters is an architect. I said, learn what AI means to architecture. Learn, go to make sure you take those classes. Make sure you put in for these damn, whatever they say in your job. Take the tough assignments. Do all those kind of things. Even though you can stay home from work, go in sometimes and be in the office.
Yeah.
So my other daughter's a HR. I said her the same fucking thing. I say, listen, you're in the HR department. They're looking to do certain things, and she's looking, and they all got this level bent. I said, well, make sure you take your classes. She got a master's degree, right? And then she was up for a promotion. I said, you better in that interview, you tell that school, those people, that the school paid you for your master's. It was $11,000 a class.
Shit.
She had to take like 12 classes, 11,000. I said, when you sit down in front of them and say, look, you just educated me. I got my master's degree. This job will help me put that to use.
Yeah.
It's a good, she got the promotion. I said, make sure you fit it in there some way.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, you got to stay on your cutting edge, no matter what. I tell them that shit all the time. Not all the time, but enough.
Arpain, are you listening to me, brother? You see that message you gave your babies? They're beautiful. Go out. Don't make no excuses. Take advantage of those opportunities. A lot of people don't get those messages consistently from a father, Arpain.
I hear you.
And that's why I say for the dynamic to sort of shift to where you would like at least a glimpse of that vision.
Mm-hmm.
Brother, listen, brother, I'm gonna say this as long as I talk to you. Man, go to the school, right? Tell them who you are. You the man, Arpain. You done did it. And listen, say, give me 20 boys. Give me 20 of them. And you get them in that room and you put them in that war room and you let them make no excuses. because I'm telling you, they'll all be engineers and boxers, and they'll join the military and they'll work in these spots. But that's what I'm saying. That's why I say now is the greatest time for a young brother, because think about it. We know this. Hindsight is 20/20, right? It's 20/20. We all at the age now. We like, man, I wouldn't. But a lot of young men, they want to do it, but they have nobody at least saying, here's an avenue you can try. And if this don't work, guess what? I know another avenue you can try. But they have to be given. I'm telling you, it's so dynamic. They have to be given that, because look at what we grown man, and we looking at the shit we've been fighting against. Like, damn, we come out of this. These people don't even have a sight to see. They think it's normal. You're looking at it like, man, we fucked up. So I'm just saying, for me, and listen, I know every brother ain't. I'm not telling brothers what to do. I'm not saying that. But I learned for me early that hard work alone wasn't going to get it. It wasn't going to get it. So seeing my father work hard, seeing my mother work hard, didn't make no excuses on raising us. You know, my father kept me out of some shit. None of my sisters were pregnant before they graduated high school. You know, all of them are married. I was probably the wildest one in the family because I had the gift of gab, but what I'm saying is this: I had to work through it. And then when I got to a point, I look back, like, I can see how when I took advantage of opportunities, whether it was education, learning a skill, joining the military, going back to college, how those things put me in position to where as I got older, and I never wore glasses till I turned 45. So now I know my eyes are bad. I can see, like, with a greater purpose. Like, I ain't gonna go down the road that I know I ain't got to go down. I ain't gonna dibble and dabble with the bullshit, and I know I done seen the bullshit. I ain't going back to it. And I think that's where brothers can take advantage. It just, they take purpose, because the women, we can't control them. We seeing how they act. And I wouldn't sit around a woman telling me that I ain't this every day and I ain't worthy and I ain't this. I will get as far away from those type of women as possible.
No doubt.
And be Mike Jones for the rest of my life. Be Mike Jones for the rest of my life.
Who?
Mike Jones.
I'm gonna end this off with this right here, man. I don't know if you guys seen this video with Philadelphia, and they were, I guess it was a local Philadelphia news company that ended up covering their parade, and when after they won and stuff like that. But man, this was funny to me. I didn't know if it was satire or not, but it's funny as hell. Let's go ahead and watch it.
Of course, we're on live TV, and around there, we apologize for the profanity.
You guys are resilient, and you guys know how to fucking fight.
And we apologize again for Saquon Barkley's profanity. Live TV.
This city overcomes shit.
And we apologize again for the profanity.
Why you keep apologizing?
And we apologize once more for the profanity.
I can't tell you how much we appreciate you guys every fucking game.
And apologize for profanity. Back to Landon Dickerson. Oh, another one there. Sorry about that.
We've gone through some shit.
He's gone through some stuff. We're sorry about that.
I didn't ever want to feel that shit again.
Sorry about that. Landon Dickerson talking about the loss. It's live TV. The emotion is there. Back to Landon.
I just got one last thing to say. Go fuck.
We cut that off, but if you heard any of that, we apologize. Go Birds is what he said.
Yeah, you know what? I didn't apologize. That was so funny. I apologize if I just, listen, if you're going to show this, they're going to curse. You're going to say, listen, if you don't want your kids to listen, turn off the TV.
Right. You have to just do it, man. They was in the moment. It's just going to happen.
That's so funny.
It was so funny to me because I was just like, man, is this and it's funny, man, because I actually like watching my local news now. Because you remember, I don't know if you guys, Frank, I don't know if you ever seen how they used to be, you know, that non-biased attitude, and they were just like robots and stuff. Now you actually can get them to give a little bit of their opinion and whatever it is that goes on. And they actually are personalities now.
Yeah, I'm not saying a lot of them are, they be doing TikToks and
yeah, man, it's just
be like real people, man. Like they don't just look like robots no more on the screen, man.
Yeah. But I just wanted to end it off with that right there, man. That shit was funny to see that. And they were just like, sorry. All right, sorry again.
Hey, man, I just want to say I appreciate you, brothers, even though y'all was pissing me off on Wednesday, man. Look at that. I'm just joking. It was all fun, man. I love y'all, man. It was peace, man. I think
we show how men actually. That's the thing I like about having a conversation with you, brothers, man, because we're not trying to act like anything other than what we are. And that's why, like with RP, you get RP to get roused up.
Hey.
You be like, woo.
Hey, RP was like this.
Yeah, that's right.
They said, the JC said, you're muted. You're muted.
You know what? And I said, thank God I was muted because I'm glad that shit didn't get over, man. I was so happy that. Thank you.
But they had to have that beep button.
Yeah, man. RP, you remind me of my uncle. My uncle was only 2. He was only 8 years older than me. And man, that's how when we used to get him fired up like that, man, especially because we used to always talk about sports. He used to be the same way, man. And it's just the fire that comes out of you and the passion that comes out, and we understand it. That's the dopest thing, that we actually understand one another. You dig what I'm saying? So it's like when we go through it and we have the frustration and stuff like that, that's why, Frank, I kept saying, I understand it, bro. Because it be some days where it's me.
Well, yeah, so one time JT was up there, man. He was so mad at everybody. We couldn't say shit to him, man.
JT was mad. He was mad. He was pissed off, JT. He sat back in his chair.
Like, fuck this shit. But
like, fuck this, man. I'm tired of it.
But it brings the fire out of me because, man, I just remember when I was younger, I had a lot of friends, right? And as I got older, I don't have those friends anymore because I moved around so much. Yeah. When I came back to Michigan, man, I didn't have those same friends I went to high school with and all that. Right. So it's like I probably got 3 friends that I actually be with, but they don't bring out the fire like that. I got one friend that probably would when we do see each other. But man, when I'm on here and I'm talking to y'all, that's what it does. It just gets my blood to rushing, and we have a conversation that we're passionate about, but it's all love at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? So this is a dope thing, man. I appreciate all you brothers, man.
Yes, sir, man.
All right, gentlemen.
Yes, sir. All right, man. We about to get up out of here, man. I appreciate everybody that hung with us. You know what I'm saying? We are out this piece, bro. Hey, I'll see y'all guys Monday, right? RP?
Yeah, you know, I have to put in my thing. I had some issues getting on the back here, but I think Monday I'm gonna either be talking about Doge or I'm gonna be talking about Trump and the new masculinity and why we have some issues. Either one of those two, I'm gonna come up with something.
Okay, so next week I'm gonna actually be in the clouds because I am going to be taking my vacation with my baby. We're gonna be down in the what they call it, the NOLA. Yeah,
that would even be on YouTube, man. Are you kidding me? Don't even turn this shit on.
No, we go, man. I got a long. This probably was the only year that I had probably. I've taken a vacation that's about to be this long. It's 2-week vacation that I'm about to take.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, so I'm going to the Bahamas and all that stuff, man. But yeah, we about to go and I'm about to enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
Don't be coming back here. I don't want to see no videos of when them dudes rubbing all on you, rubbing mud on you.
Hey. No, man, I'm with my baby, man. Me and my baby
jumping off there. Don't do nothing stupid. Don't be doing no bungee jumping or nothing like that.
I might. I might do that though.
Hey, Coach Ferg, RP, man. Since we ain't on the show Wednesday, man, I'm
It's Thursday. It's gonna be Thursday.
I know. I'm on. So I'm on Wednesday. Pop the balloon review.
All right, cool,
shit.
man.
Okay.
If y'all want to come up, man, let me know.
Hey, what time you doing?
Yeah, what time?
If my daughter, I'll let you know. Well, I got.
It's gonna be notification. I'll get the notification.
Okay, but I was about to say, yeah, I gotta get your.
Are you on IG, right?
Yeah.
Do you put your links and stuff like that in the
Sir FH on? I think it's Sir FH on Instagram.
Okay, go to JTL what we know, man, and just give me a message.
Okay, bet you on there like that. All right, bet.
Yep.
All right,
just like that.
Yeah, I get your notifications, so I'll know.
Yeah, man. So it'll either be before my daughter, like if she don't got track practice, because they just ended basketball today. She got track next week. So if she don't got practice next week, then boom, it'll be probably at like 5 o'clock. Boom, knocked out my time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Most definitely.
Okay, I mean the show.
Mountain time? Are you Mountain time?
Yeah, Mountain time.
Yeah. So when you got a show on Wednesday, right? Y'all got the sports show. Mine is at 7 Eastern.
Oh, okay.
Berg has his at 8.
We had 8. 1-on-1 sports show right here at BMU.
Got you.
You know, so both of those last so like 9 o'clock. You know, I'm free. Just like the what's the precious time? I'm free like 9 o'clock.
For sure. All right, y'all, man. Everybody keep doing the right thing, bro.
Yes, sir.
All right, man. Love everybody. Y'all take it easy, man. We out.
Yes,
Peace.
Sir.